silent on phoning in for a particular agenda item. So I contacted the LGAQ yesterday just to seek clarification, and they suggested that a resolution of council to allow him to do that would be sufficient, and that could be minuted. So with your indulgence, I'm going to put that up as a motion, and you can either support it or not. So the proposal is that Councillor Watson be allowed to phone in for discussions on 15.1.
Will I do that in the same one as his apology or separate?
Separate one, thanks Justine. Yeah. So Councillor Rose Watson be permitted to phone into the meeting of the 20th of the 12th, 22, to participate in discussions on item 15.1. Okay, thank you. I'll move that. Councillors, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Any discussion on that one, councillors? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I just want to check. So obviously, the democratic prerogative of his office allows him to participate in council meetings. So what's the initiative that, is it because he's looking to access via phone? Is that why?
Because he's active, sorry.
Well, I'm just trying. He's a holder of democratic office. I just find it odd that we're giving him permission to participate in a council meeting when he would have that via his declaration of office. So I'm just wondering, what's the policy that he's in breach of that means that we need to permit him to participate? And that's, I'm just trying to get some clarity around that.
Well, I'm happy. I'm encouraged to see you.
Mr. Chairman, standing orders, Mr. Chairman, it's 222. Councillors may seek council approval to remotely participate in a council meeting by audio link or audio visual link. Often that might be done in advance of the meeting. That's not been the case today, so it will require a council resolution to depart from the standing orders that have specifics around notice periods and the like.
Can I ask that that be reflected in the resolution then? Because the idea that we're permitting him to participate in a meeting that he's legally entitled to participate, it seems like us undertaking an overreach of our individual prerogatives, which obviously I know is not the intention, but it's just the wording is a bit clumsy to achieve that.
So you're happy if we reference a section of the meeting procedures?
Well, I guess what the CEO is suggesting is that we allow discrepancy to the standing orders of council be permitted, or like there'll be something there that talks about that there's something that he's not doing that's in line with that we're happy to overlook to enable him to participate as is his democratic right.
Yes.
All right, we'll wordsmith something around that. All right.
Yeah. Question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
Wouldn't it be sufficient to make reference to the advice given by the LGAQ? Would that be sufficient?
That's probably a bit nebulous because I'd have to quote the officer, and whereas I do have her name and contact
that's
details.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as if you just didn't seek advice at all. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, I'm not doubting the decision. It's more just the wording of the way it's written. It sounds like we're permitting him to participate in a meeting of which he's got a democratic.
Can if you want to, yeah. We'll do some wordsmithing around that and come back. Yeah, we'll do it for later. Yeah. All right, so all in favour? Those against? Carried.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't against the motion. I didn't think we were voting on a motion that we don't even know the words to.
Well, ultimately,
that's seemed.
Well, you want to bring that back then, councillor, later on. Well, I didn't think it was overly complicated, councillor Hutton. Item number 4, confirmation of minutes from a previous meeting held on the 15th of November 2022. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, moving, seconder. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Bello, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Any declarations, councillors? No. Councillor Bello, Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor, got a declaration, I just find it here. Reading 11.4. Like Councillor Pat Eastwood informed the meeting that I have declarable interest under 11.4, the strategic review of infrastructure requirements for Cooey Bay. And the interest in the matter is that I own property in Gregory Street, Mr Mayor, in Cooey Bay.
Okay.
And I'll leave the meeting, Mr Mayor.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Councillor Bello, you on the same boat for this one?
Mr Chair, as a resident of Cooey Bay, I'll be declaring a similar potential conflict of interest and also be choosing to leave the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll make a public declaration that in previous matters in relation to Cooey Bay, I have declared an interest because I was a resident. I'm no longer a resident of Cooey Bay, so I'll stay for the meeting discussion on that one. No deputations, so that brings us to item 7.1, which is business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting. Mr CEO, I'll hand that one to you and your general managers.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As councillors will note, the business outstanding list is currently at 14 items, 5 of which are earmarked for either conclusion or presentation to today's agenda, leaving 9 other items. Happy to respond to any questions that might arise from the commentary provided for those or any other items.
Thank you. Through
Councillor
Mr
Friend.
Mayor, thank you. Mr CEO, there's 2. The first one is there an approximate date for public notification on number 1, the local law review? We know that they're currently sitting with the state government for checking and state interest, but do we have an approximate time that they may go to public notification?
Mr Chairman, in response, I don't, Councillor Friend, but we'll ask the question and get some advice to councillors.
Thank you. And my second one was number 11. So the report for the Rita Mata car park has been brought back to a briefing with councillors. I just wondered, will this be incorporated into a future proposed reference group, or will it come back to the table for resolution?
As Mr Chairman, as Councillor Friend rightly points out, there are a couple of threads running on this particular matter. I think our intention was to include the report that was presented to councillors a little while back as part of that consultation process. So there's a consultation process, reference group formation. I think the intention was to use that to inform those processes before asking the council to make a determination on any or all of those pieces.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Just to clarify, so I'm on the same page, so you're saying that it's not going to come back for a resolution, we're just going to wait into future proposed reference groups to then bring information back?
Yes, Mr Chairman, unless we've interpreted incorrectly, we understood there's one resolution that says there should be consultation before there are decisions made, and there is a separate resolution which is item 11 that says to bring a report back on this designated car parking area. We've presented that to councillors, as you know. If the intent was that that be determined independently of the other exercise, we can certainly arrange for that to happen. We interpreted, correctly or otherwise, that it would be part of that process.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Microphone, Councillor Mather.
Just 14, Mr Mayor. I've got yellow markers on all of these, but they're basically things that we really need to follow through on. But number 14 is in relation to the request for a permanent officer, police officer at Marlborough. Just to tell the table, Mr Mayor, we've had some success there in that area, but I guess we just have to wait for official correspondence to come back on that. So
Thank you,
that's
Councillor Mather.
a good news story
Yeah.
for a change, yes.
A good
thank
outcome, thank you.
Yes, it is.
Any other questions, councillors, or comments?
Question just sort of comes to me now, actually, Mr Chair, if I may, in return to number 13, to do with the wastewater treatment plant concerns over at Keppel Island there. There has been some media lately about some, I guess, some positive things happening on Keppel up towards the resort end, with some investment being made there to upgrade some facilities. I think it's a sandbar or something. My question is, has council considered that activity, and are we comfortable that we have adequate measures in place to ensure that the sewerage infrastructure can accommodate whatever that activity is, to whatever scale it's going to be? So have we got confidence that we currently have a demountable toilet facility up the southern end of Fisherman's, I believe it is, next to the resort there? We're going to see an increase in activity there. My understanding is with the sandbar or something of that nature. Will they be relying on the council demountable block solely, or is there additional capacity that's being identified? Or if I could
Mr.
just-
CEO, I can perhaps address that if you wanted to, but go ahead. Yeah.
Either or.
Yeah.
Mr Chairman, there's probably a few responses. So officers met on site Monday week ago with state government officials and some of the private operators of facilities on the island to consider that and a number of other matters. The development you refer to that we've all read about in the press has been posed a number of questions about, like any other development, how it proposes to service its own development with facilities. I don't know that we've got a conclusive response to that just yet, but the moment that we do, we'll share that with councillors. The public facilities that you refer to are independent of so they're not sewered, so we continue to service those as is necessary.
Right. Any other questions, councillors? We happy to receive this report then? Can I get a mover? Move Councillor Mather. I'm happy. Councillor Eastwood is seconding. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 8, presentation of petitions, nil, and item 9, council delegates reports, nil. You have a petition, Councillor Mather.
Yes. Mr Mayor, I have it's not exactly a petition with all signatures, but it's a report that was forwarded to me for the table's benefit from the Jardine Rural Fire Brigade, and they've identified some issues that they consider along the Millman Road Reserve to be dangerous and would like us to address them. So I'd like to move that the report from the Secretary of the Jardine Rural Fire Brigade be received, and they be notified accordingly, and advise that council will investigate this in the new year.
There is a process around submission of petitions, Councillor Mather, but I mean, I'm happy to accept it, but I'm sort of tempted to put it into general business as well, but I'll accept it under petitions today.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so that the report from the Secretary of the Jardine
Rural Fire
Brigade be received.
And they be notified.
And what, sorry?
And they be notified accordingly.
And they be notified.
And that
accordingly.
council will address these matters in the new year.
Mr Mayor, if I can, and the last sort of be particular about these things, but 2.9.3 of the standing orders allows only 2 motions for reception of petitions. One, it's received and referred to a council briefing, or the petition be received and its contents noted.
Yeah, I do struggle with the last bit because
I'm
we can't necessarily commit to action or anything either. Be received.
And what was that second
Can you
piece?
read those out again, Mr CEO?
So the 2 options Mr Chairman, the petition be received and referred to a council briefing. That's option 1. Or option 2 is the petition be received and its contents noted.
I would go with option 1, Mr Mayor, thank you.
And be received and referred to a briefing session?
Yes, thank
Councillor?
you. Because we just don't need to put it in the bottom drawer if it's a safety issue, and that's really what it's all about.
Okay. So you're moving, Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Seconded, please. Councillor Friend.
Thank you.
All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Item 10, which is questions, statement, motions on notice from councillors. 10.1 is from Councillor Hutton, and he's just seeking information on this one, that the questions on notice and answers herein be received.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. May I just ask a question?
Of course,
Where are the answers? Thank you.
be received. Questions on notice be received. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, would you like to move that one?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Seconded. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. In favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 10.2, a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to Paramount Park recreational facilities. Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Are you going to move? Sorry, we'll do a move.
I will move.
Okay, can I get a seconder, please? I'm happy to second. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll reserve the right to speak at the end. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
That's your right anyway, Councillor. Any comments or questions, councillors?
Just, we're looking at Paramount Park for a facility. Well, now, I'm not too sure what the playground and recreational park, you know, like what sort of a picture would be, whether it's a theme park or whether it's what we've got in other places. And if it is what we've got in other places, I'm wondering why would we involve Glenlee and Glendale? Because they've got these.
That's a very good question. Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to remove Glenlee and Glendale from the resolution and leave it for residents of Rocky View. My intent was that the northern suburbs as a whole would have their say. That was my intent.
All right. So we're amending it just to include the resident, in Part A, residents of Rocky View.
Yes, that's fine, Mr Mayor.
It's a big area.
All right. Okay. Any other questions, councillors?
Yeah, Mr Chair, if I may, perhaps either to Mr Friedemann or any of the directors that may choose to comment, in terms of budget implications, has this, the amount of 350 that's been nominated, I gather that it's not in our forward works plan in terms of new capital, and if that's the case, can we get some advice on other priorities that would be removed from that capital program to allow this to, I guess, be slotted in, and what's the implications of that if it was indeed to be the case? What would fall by to allow for this to occur?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bello, for the question. So, within the briefing, officers have identified that approximate $350,000 business case for the park upgrade. As mentioned in the commentary, there is not an allocation in the next 3 years for this project. So the business case was completed last year, and during the budget deliberations, it wasn't allocated in the first 3 years of the Forward Works program. So as you say, if it is to be included in the next 3 years, then something will have to be removed from the program. At this stage, I haven't looked in detail as to which projects may be removed to accommodate this project. There'd be quite a bit of work to do in that space. to fine $350,000. So that at this stage I'll have to take it on notice and come back to the table with a list of alternatives.
Councillor Mather?
Mr Mayor, just trying to facilitate this in another way. I understand the need for something, for a structure for those people. There are hundreds of houses there. What I'm thinking is that perhaps we're 2 or 3 steps ahead of ourselves. Perhaps the public consultation should be the one that we need to look at first, because I can't see a business case progressing unless the officers know what we're looking at. And we need to be able to discuss what the public needs are before we can actually ask for a business case. So I think public consultation would be the first thing, and it will take time to do that. And there'll be lots of input there which need to be filtered over time, but I think that'll be the way to go at this point in time. We know there is a need. We know that it will be used, but there are a number of hurdles, including flooding and parking and all that sort of stuff. We can't be looking at a business case until we know which one of the 2 areas are going to be chosen for this park and how big the park's going to be and what it would have that other parks don't have. So it would be a pro forma if we could identify the needs first and take it from there. But I think there is a need, but we need to do it in the right steps.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I have a question for Michael. Mr Creederman. Mr Creederman, in the report it states that officers agree with the first and second parts of that resolution, that council undertake public consultation from February 23 with the residents of Rocky View. We've taken out Glenlee and Glendale for the construction of a playground recreational park to be located at Paramount Park, and that councillors and officers meet on site with engaged community members in order to view the 2 locations referenced in the business plan. So, so officers agreed with those 2 parts, the first 2 parts of that resolution. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's written in the conclusion there. I think a more measured approach before we allocate funds into the next year's or future program and then decide which need to be removed is measured approach would be A and B. Yeah.
Sure. Can we amend this, Mr Mayor, to state that council deliberate in budget consultation on $350,000?
It's your motion, Councillor Friend.
So if we can please amend that of the third part of that resolution, that council deliberate in budget consultation of for the $350,000 in the 23-24 budget deliberations.
You can say that, or you can just say that council considers an allocation of $350,000 for planning construction of the recreational park.
Without putting a date. So just take the dates out. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the 23-24 budget.
Yeah.
Just rather than have deliberate in budget consultation, I'll just say council could consider the allocation of.
Yeah. Okay, I'm happy with those words. Thank you.
Further question, Mr Mayor, to the member. Where did the $350,000 come from?
From the business case.
But we haven't done a business case.
Yes, we have.
Oh, okay.
It was done by the officers.
Okay. Understand. Okay. That answers my second question.
All right. So you're comfortable with Part C, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Any questions, councillors? All right. So you're going to move it, Councillor Friend. Did you want to wrap up?
I will, thank you. Do we have a seconder, Mr Mayor? Oh, you've seconded it.
Yep.
I'd just like to say that having retained the boundary debate, Livingstone Shire has an obligation to the residents, ratepayers, and to have this obligation to the residents to move this forward, providing a park, a recreational facility for Paramount Park, Rocky View. Since 2020, every resident outreach has resulted in requests for this facility. Often these facilities for wish lists by residents are placed in the Forward Works program and then extended or postponed for other works, capital works that are deemed far more important. This council must also demonstrate that these northern areas are valued. There may always be projects that are more important. However, in this case and by its merits, we need to set out an action plan with a timeline for transparency, guiding us to complete this important project for those that we have retained. Let us give back to this area of Livingstone in every capacity within our means. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, seconder and myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, members.
10.3, which is notice of motion again from Councillor Friend in relation to signage on the rail trail in Braithwaite Street, Ypres. Can I get a mover and Councillor Friend? Seconder, please. Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My notice of motion only asks for a sign at the location of Braithwaite Street where the Pineapple Trail commences. In the background of my notice of motion, I have noted that residents have approached me for a sign and have acknowledged the lost opportunity for tourism along with the lack of distance information of the Pineapple Trail. Although officers state in this report that they have incorporated that an entrance would cost $7,500, no entrance is to be considered in this notice of motion. Officers also note that stage 2 would possibly be funded by the state in the forward works for the years 33-34. This is 11 years away. The officers' report has also noted under budget implications that $2,500 for a sign may be accommodated by existing operational budgets. Colleagues, let's vote to arrange a sign within the operational budget and promote this, our Pineapple Trail. People are wanting to know how long it is, what the distance is to each area, and they want to be a part of an overall tourism plan like other pineapple trails within Queensland. And they have approached me, so this is why I'm bringing it to the table today, because it's really just a great idea to promote what we already have, so people know that there's a pineapple trail there. If you're not a local and you don't use it, and you don't know it's there because there's no signage. So yes, I commend this to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against?
As the seconder, Mr. Mayor, I just have a question, if anybody knows it. If the state is looking to transfer the land to us once all this has been done, is there any hiccup there that we need to be aware of? Any liability? Or is it just another road reserve type?
I'm going to have to defer to the CEO on that one, or the officers.
Mr Chairman, I can't say that I know categorically, but my assumption would be it is treated like any other road reserve. It's Crown land, but we would be the controlling body for that, so we would carry maintenance responsibilities, liability.
We own it, and we could sell it
and
if we
the like.
wanted to, if it became a freehold, if they're transferring it to as a council. As a council-owned freehold piece of land?
I must have missed a bit about freeholding, Councillor.
Well,
Mather.
I'm just asking the question.
I think it's like other Crown reserves. So it's an old railway corridor.
Yes.
I imagine that land tenure still exists. We've become the controlling body, if not the trustee
Not the
of
owner.
that, and therefore not the freehold owner, I don't believe.
Okay. I thought we might
If,
have been
if
on a
it's something
bargain.
contrary to that, I'll let you know, but
Yeah,
I don't
thank you.
believe so.
Thank
But
you.
we will, it's as if we are the owner.
Yeah, thank you.
Question to the CEO. Given the anticipated cost of $2,500 for this sign, is that doable within our budget parameters at the moment?
It appears so, Mr Mayor, and I'm sure our staff will work with Councillor Friend and the group to ensure that the sign meets the expectations of that group.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak to the motion, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, I also agree that this is a very important part of our infrastructure and it's very well used. In fact, I'd like to go a bit further, and I know that's probably not going to be in our budget at this moment, but it was brought to my attention by our local member that the actual entranceways onto the rail trail further up from streets, they're very difficult to find unless you actually know where they are. And it would good to have some signage even for our locals to be able to know how to visit and join onto the rail trail into the future. And also for people that are using the trail as visitors, they'll be able to utilise the infrastructure in a better way. So that's just something we probably can't afford it now, but just something to be noted by the officers for the future that is very important.
Thank you, Councillor Richmond. Any other comments, councillors? Any questions, or are we going straight to the vote? All right. So we've got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, members.
10.4 is a notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to reviewing the DA process for community groups. Can I get a move? Sorry, Councillor Bello, I'm assuming you're going to move.
Yeah, happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
Seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton, I beg your pardon, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Bello, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and councillors. Look, primarily I'm asking support for a review, nothing more and nothing less, and I believe that a review may be able to help guide us to streamline the DA process, primarily for community groups that have very limited capacity through their membership, both financially and in time. We've seen several of them approach council to develop, for example, the Yeppoon Show Society and the Yeppoon Go Club, which is very exciting to see those community groups want to invest and sow into our community those incredible facilities that make our community so livable. The processes can be quite difficult, and they are like that for good reason. It's a very complex world, development applications, and they need to be thorough. I totally understand that and recognise that. But I believe a review may be beneficial to identify areas where we can perhaps reduce some of the bureaucratic red tape that's there, and that's not a criticism of anyone here at all. It's just purely the process that's currently in place virtually treats community groups all the same, as well as a private developer in the same way. So I'm looking forward to, if there's a support here, to see what could we come up with if we drill down into that very complex world of development applications. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions, if I may.
Yeah, Councillor Friend.
Thank you. To the officers, really. Thank you, Councillor Bello, for bringing this to the table. So has there been a review conducted in the past for community service organisations that you may be aware of with Livingstone?
I couldn't answer categorically, Mr. Chairman. I imagine each case is assessed on its merit. Each case, the scale of development, the capability of the group itself, they're all different on each, excuse me, on each occasion. I don't know if any one of those singular applications has triggered or resulted in a revised process that sort of clearly defines that if you are this big a club or it's this complex a project, then this is what the result is. I don't know that. I'm not aware that exercise has been done in the past.
And is there already special charges for DAs pertaining to community service organisations?
Yes.
So they receive a discount, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. CEO, do we know how much of a discount community service organisations receive offhand?
Happy to take the question on notice, Councillor Friend, and provide for councillors.
Certainly. And I suppose my next question is to Councillor Bello. Are you hoping for not just a review, but hoping for, say, community groups to actually undertake these DAs at very minimal cost to the organisation because they are non-for-profit? Or no cost?
I'll do my best to answer that. Ultimately, I'm not prescribing who should pay what. I don't know. As the CEO's pointed out, often these are case by case considered. This is more probably looking a bit above that and saying from a policy perspective, can we craft a better development application configuration that acknowledges a community group's capacity, and it's reflected then in the complexity of the application. I.e., you have, say, the Kettle Bay Sailing Club, which is a community group, it's not for profit, but they've got significant revenue, they've got significant capacity to generate revenue, they have hundreds of staff, and then you say go to the Yeppoon Go-Kart Club. They've got very limited capacity for revenue raising, they're not planning to employ anybody. There's a clear disparity between those two community groups. I'd be interested to see what a review could reveal in terms of how we actually treat them in a more equitable way. So hopefully that answers the question.
It does. Thank you, Councillor Bello.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. You happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right. Councillor Valance, you want to speak to it further?
Just interested, are we going to put in a time frame?
That was the only question.
Okay, right.
It was,
Yeah, sorry.
I put a question mark there, Mr. Chair, because I didn't want to nominate a time frame, given that it was probably more...
Perhaps if I defer to the CEO or the General Manager?
Mr Mayor, the temptation would have been for 3 months. I'm just conscious that at this time of year, 3 months won't be all that productive, December, January at least, so it might be safer to say it's a 6-month exercise, noting that it'll probably be 3 months worth of work in that time.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to speak briefly to it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eachford, yep.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's any fear in trying to do things better. And if we can evaluate, we'll get our officers to evaluate to see if we can come across a better process, then it's for the good of all council and all DA applications. So, look, I really strongly do support this, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Bello, did you want to wrap up?
No, Mr Chair, I'm
All right.
comfortable with what's been
We'll go to
said.
the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.5, a notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to the Farnborough Beach Master Plan. Moving Councillor Bello.
Yeah, happy to move
seconder,
this, Mr Chair.
Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, the floor is yours.
Yeah, councillors, ultimately what I'm hoping that we can achieve through support of this motion is to advance a master plan that really looks at the bigger picture of Farnborough Beach and the recreational activities that we want to encourage there. But importantly, how is that activity going to continue with the growing population that we have in a sustainable way, both environmentally and socially? It's very exciting to see the community's interest in the current reference group that we've got there, which is providing recommendations to council. Some of them we've acted on. And I believe it's a small step that we've taken, but developing a master plan is critical in us really bedding down what is our vision for Farnborough Beach and Corio Bay, Sandy Point. And so much of that vision does pick up other stakeholders, especially adjacent landholders, like the Iwasaki Senyo Group. And I believe there's great ability to collaborate and negotiate with all stakeholders, and including Iwasaki's, to map out a road network, a management plan that will see our recreational activities offered to the broader community. So at this point in time, it's just about developing a master plan. And I hope that, I'm happy to take any questions, but hoping support for that will send a clear signal that we value that activity and we want to see it done in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank for the member for the motion. It says here in the background information, I'm trying to find the increasing numbers of both councils and tourists are relishing the privilege of driving along the Queensland beaches, something which very few other coastal councils allow. Have you done any homework as to why they don't allow them? I mean, we all enjoy the beach, and it's because a few users have either abused the beach or people on it that we're in this situation that we've got to actually cover the whole thing, which we can see is going to be exacerbating the problem. But I'm just wondering how much homework you did to check to see why they've restricted use while we're looking at encouraging use.
Yeah,
That must worry them a little bit.
In the words of one of our directors, Michael Creedham, I'd like to thank you for the question. It's a very good question, and the homework has been done on that. And the data that's come back is probably of the most interest to, or should be of most interest to council, and that data has been provided, or if you haven't had it, it can be provided, which has come back through the reference group recently. And what that data is showing is that vehicle usage on Queensland coastal beaches adjacent to urbanised communities, and this is the point of difference, adjacent to urbanised communities virtually doesn't happen across Queensland. And that data is available. Where it does happen is where you do not have urbanised communities adjacent to it. So that's the balance that...
In other words, you're trying to separate the urban development from the recreational part.
That's what's happened right
Urban
across.
development's expanded into the recreational parts by the sound of it. That takes us right back to the planning scheme, Mr Mayor, by the sound of it.
So does that, and that information is available to all councillors and to the community. So yes, that data is there and it supports the benefits of good planning around beach accesses for vehicles not next to adjacent urbanised housing. So hopefully that answers the question.
And I think, Mr Mayor, thank you, Member. Definitely, I understand that. What we've got to go back one step, two steps to look at the planning scheme in relation to all of these things that we do and all the things that we allow. Because if we're going to be approving things or approving development, knowing full well that's a pathway into, let's just say, a state forest where you're going to have lots of tourists and conflicting interests. So we've got to be mindful of that. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Eastwood.
Mr Mayor, I just want to speak for it if there's no one speaking against.
I'm going to go there first. Anyone speaking against? Okay, Councillor Eastwood.
Mr Mayor, look, it's so important that we do have a extensive master plan that covers the driving on beaches, the whole recreational area of Farnborough Beach. We've only got to look at the media recently in relation to, and this is, when I say recently, I'm very recently, all last week, in relation to the Rainbow Beach. And just in answer to Councillor Mather, you can drive all the way from pretty much Noosa Head south to the tip of Fraser Island via beaches. You can drive on Moreton Island on beaches. And they're having some major problems there. And the idea of having a master plan, Mr Mayor, is that so that we can prevent those problems from happening in our shire in the future, and to making sure that we have the right infrastructure, that we have the right rulings, signage, and everything that goes with that to make sure that driving in our beaches is a safe and enjoyable pastime for all our community. Oh, and our visitors, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, I had a question. Is Iwasaki Sangyo already a member of the Bengali reference group?
No, they're at this stage. My understanding, from Councillor Bello, is that they're not. But Councillor Bello and I met with them last week and extended an invitation to them to join that group, which they have accepted. Okay, any other questions, councillors? Anyone else like to speak to or against? All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Bello. Seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. (10.6) Notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to the Bangalore boat ramp. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Bello, seconded. Councillor Friend. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the notice of motion?
Yeah, look, briefly, probably worn out my welcome with these motions, but look, this is a little bit unusual, I recognise, because it's basically about receiving inward correspondence that I sought on behalf of the Yeppoon Historical Society to better understand the history of the Bangalore beach access. This information came through from the Society, and I just wanted to thank them publicly. And with your support in receiving this, acknowledge their contribution. It's an extraordinary story. Historically, the Bangalore and Farnborough Beach area in terms of activity, what's gone on there in the past, and I hope you enjoy reading it. I hope our community will, to think that beach access at Bangalee went in the late 1900s to service the sugar mill. So it was there for commercial reasons, which operated for about 50 years. And then as the community started to move out in that area, we started to see more recreational activity utilise that beach access. So I guess it highlights that it's important to know your history, and also to know that things usually don't stay the same, they change to reflect communities' attitudes and aspirations. And so I believe this information we are certainly better for having it, and I think it'll help also inform the Bangalee reference group or the Farnborough Beach reference group, and us as a council as we manage that very challenging but exciting opportunity of Farnborough Beach Management Plan. So that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Not a question, just an observation, Mr Mayor. Thanks the member for the information, because all information is valuable. It's educational and it's valuable when making decisions.
And along with Councillor Bello, I'd just like to acknowledge the work of the Yeppoon Historical Society in providing that information. It's wonderful to have them in our community. All right, so we're just receiving this report, essentially, Councillor. So moved Councillor Bello, second Councillor Friend. Oh, you got a question, Councillor?
No, I'd like to speak to it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Friend.
As I second it. Thank you, Councillor Bello, for bringing this to the table. It's so important that we understand the history of our whole region, because if we don't know the history, then we're doomed to make the same mistakes moving forward into the future. Although this is a very easy read, I commend Councillor Bello for bringing it to the table, because now it's in the public forum. And those that have read the agenda and understand will also read this, and hopefully this information will get out to the wider community of the users of the gazetted road at Farnborough. Thank you.
All right, moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.7, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to the Rockhampton Yeppoon Road upgrade. You're moving, Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Members, as you know, we've had a public meeting at Quarrel recently. Councillor Bello was good enough to attend. Other people placed apologies. But there is no doubt in my mind, and in the minds of people who use that intersection regularly, that we have a problem there. And the bigger problem that I see is the lack of public communication from TMR. And this is what we're seeking here. As a result of that meeting, there were what I saw as 3 separate motions that should have been put forward. And I did that. And on advice from the CEO, that he condensed them into one, which I agreed to. So basically this is the end result of those 3 motions that would have come from the meeting. And I thank the CEO for doing that, because it does streamline it, it does capture everything that we needed to say, except that I probably expanded more for your understanding. This is all about the need for public consultation, and it's all about road safety. Make no mistake. This is not gongs for anybody. This is all about road safety and people understanding what's needed and people's opinion being valued. That's not happening. I know that we've had some deputations from TMR to our council, but when you look at the big picture, they're not addressing all the things that we need to see and have the people say, because they use the road. It's all about community consultation, which we're asking them to undertake, and we're also asking them how they came to arrive at that decision with that design, and that's not unusual because it's a first. This is a first of its kind. There are 2 others similar, but this is a first of its kind. And in fact, we'll use the word experts that put these plans together, when it was challenged over correspondence, the 2 J lanes were included because they thought that was a good idea. Now, this is coming from civilians. So there's more to be sought and there's more to be understood from the TMR side of it, because the people need answers. And I think it's only fair when we're dealing with public safety that we need to ensure that we have the maximum safety for all road users. And the third motion that would have been here would have been to ask our local member to encourage TMR to actually facilitate those consultations. So it's simple. We're asking for public consultations. We're asking how they arrived at the decision of that particular design, and asking our local member to assist with those consultations.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Questions?
Yes,
Councillor Friend?
I have a question. Thank you, Councillor Mather, for bringing this to the table. My question is about the J lanes. Could you elaborate on those J lanes and what actually happened there for myself and for the people watching on live stream?
Well, I think unless you've got the map in front of you, I'm not a designer, I'm not an engineer, but once, I think we had a movie here, didn't we, to show how they actually worked. But they were an add-on later thing, and that's where I think that we all, as a part of the public, we all really need to understand what they mean and why they weren't put there in the first place. Why were they an add-on?
Sorry, I perhaps I wasn't clear, and I believe I wasn't. Would you explain how the members of the public got involved with those J lanes? The members of the public?
Because there were members of the public who had been contacting the engineering department in TMR and also contacting the minister and asking for consultations and putting their views forward. And I believe that's how they came to be added in. Because it was a way of crossing into those other two roads, the Dairy Inn and the Artillery Road, from a lane that would allow them to do so. But bearing in mind, to do that, you've got 100-kilometre-an-hour traffic that you have to pass through at the same time. But like I said, it's a complex thing, and we've studied it, and there are concerns. And all I'm saying is I'm not going to be the end result for a planning design. I'm saying the people need to hear it from TMR themselves and ask their own questions and let TMR answer them in their own way.
I guess what I was getting at is that, and just make sure that I'm on the same page, these particular members of the public approached TMR to include a J lane that was not previously included. And so they're lay people with no engineering background. Is that correct?
No, they didn't ask for a J lane because they wouldn't know what a J lane was. They were just making observations as to how would you get from here to there. They were using common everyday language, asking questions of TMR officers, and that's when they decided to put what they call a J lane. They weren't asking for that. They didn't know what it was. All they knew, they couldn't get from here to there. How do we do that? Oh, well, the rest is history. They didn't ask for that because they didn't know what they were. All they knew that they couldn't get from here to there and there to here. It was too complex, and it is confusing. And where it's confusing, it's dangerous, because you're going to get into a line of traffic, several lines of traffic doing 100k, and you're not going to be knowing where you're going unless you do it regularly. And these people who do use those roads regularly, they're the ones who have the concerns.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather, for clarifying that. Anyone speaking against the motion? Anyone like to speak for?
Look, what I would like to say is that I'm very appreciative of the investment that both the federal and state government are going to make on that Rockhampton-Yeppoon Road. We all drive it, and we know that it can be a fairly challenging road to navigate. We've seen some terrible accidents there, so we welcome the investment in the road. For me to support this, what I would welcome is more meaningful community consultation where TMR and our state members sit down with the community. I reflect back to the Emu Park Fisherman's Beach boat ramp, which was a fairly controversial subject. TMR put on community consultation at the Emu Park Hall. They had significant brochures and pictures and diagrams fully informing the community of what was proposed, why they were proposing it, and in the end, that it was obviously that project never went ahead. So they've done it before. This is a significant investment. It's something that we all drive on, and it should be almost, what would you say, almost sort of government consultation with the community 101. We sit down with you, we share with you why we designed this, what the benefits for it are, why we can't do the other options that you may want, but we've got nothing to hide, so we meet with you. That's something that I would encourage. I hope that this resolution encourages that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone wish to speak for the motion? I'm assuming there's no against. Can I also offer one suggestion in the wording, Councillor Mather? I mean, paragraph 1, second last sentence starts, well, has the word insists that further community consultation is initiated. We're not in a position to insist anything. I mean,
What would you like to replace it with, Mr Mayor?
requests.
I'll go along with that.
All right.
I think that might have been the CEO's word, was that yours? Because I
You're
don't
going
think
to throw the
that's
CEO under the bus. eh?
that's not a word I would normally use. Stronger perhaps, but not the same wording.
Right. All right. So can we wrap up debate on this one, Councillor Bella? Do you want it closed at all?
Oh, that's
Councillor
fine.
Mather, are you part of it?
Yes, just a very brief wrap up, Mr Mayor. This is, while we're looking at safety on our beaches, I'm looking at safety on our roads. They all have the same importance. They're all equally important because we're protecting the public. And while we have vehicles that can do 100 plus on our roads, and we've got a lot of mad drivers out there, as we know, on a daily basis, there's carnage everywhere. We're trying to prevent that from happening. And that can only happen with the best design, the simplest design, and clear understanding of what's expected of the public, Mr Mayor, and that's all I'm asking. And to make sure that TMR gets to the people and lets them ask the questions, and so that TMR can actually explain what they're doing. And if they see any merit in the consultation, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right. We'll go to the vote. Councillors, we've got a mover and Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, we're up to reports, councillors. The first one being 11.1, which is the naming of the road reserve off Taranganbar Road to Ranganbar. Mr CEO, Mr Creedman, welcome to the table again, Mr Creedman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report's in relation to an unnamed road which is on the eastern boundary of Taranganbar State School. So you can see on page 32 of the agenda there's a site map showing the unnamed road. Officers received a request from a resident to consider naming the road, and we have a procedure naming of infrastructure assets that we follow in order to step through that process. Back in August this year, we undertook public consultation on and asked for submissions on a range of options for naming of the road. And as you can see in the report, Melrose Place was the winner with 3 submissions, and the other suggestions received 1 submission each. So council officers completed the assessment in accordance with the procedure and are recommending that this unnamed road be named Melrose Place. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions, councillors?
I'm just
Councillor
happy to move the recommendation when it's time, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you.
I'll
Noted.
second, Mr Mayor.
Any other questions? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Creedman, is there any advice around the future connection of Melrose Place and Frangipani Drive that can be offered to councillors?
Within the local government infrastructure plan, which is embedded in the planning scheme, there is a dotted line between Frangipani Drive and the unnamed road for future trunk collector road. That is in the the plan as a future connection subject to development in that area. There's a large lot between those two road reserves, so it's not council's intention or my intention to look to resume any land through there to create a road, but it would come through a orderly development of that area. There may be cul-de-sacs, or it may be a through road. We've got no understanding of the layout through there other than we've shown it as a dotted line in our forward plan.
Okay, and I think that kind of half answers my question, because my concern was giving it a name that was unconnected for something that will one day be connected, and then you'll have, well, is it going to be Frangipani Drive the whole way through, or does it become Melrose Place the whole way through? I guess people from American TV show viewers of the past might enjoy that. Is there grounds upon which we would consider that, is this Frangipani Drive West versus Frangipani Drive East, because ultimately the intention is that these two parts will connect, or is that something that can be resolved later on and that there's no real risk associated with?
Through the Mayor, in my experience, naming of a road east and west is usually done when the road continues through a major collector, for example. So you might have a road that crosses a major collector, and it's traditional, say a grid street system. It might be known as east and west. In this case, I don't believe it'll be high risk, because through the future subdivision of that land, if and when it happens, the layout of the road in there will be, it's not good road practice to have a dead straight road from Frangipani Drive through to the traffic signals. So my view is that any road connection through there would be a lower speed residential road, which would have bends and curves in it that would, we could easily design an intersection somewhere at the Frangipani end of the lot that then turns into another road that then joins onto this unnamed road that we're suggesting as Melrose Place. So I think there's ways in the design to, one, slow the traffic, and two, make it so that it doesn't look like a through road that should have an alternative name in the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Just a little bit of background, Mr Mayor, if I may. I support the recommendation, obviously, but this debate has obviously come on board because there's been some confusion over time, because that area through there, or at least where the bus turns around, was going to be called Frangipani Drive, and the owners of the land who actually sold the land for the bus turnaround, they wanted reference removed, and it was continuing to pop up in our files, and I suspect that's why we've got this recommendation today, because they want it clarified once and for all. But whatever happens in the future, and I don't doubt there'll be development in there in the long term, how they do that will be the decisions of the day. But while we have a recommendation in front of us, I can only say that it needs to be supported, because the people who actually sold the land to council, and I'm told at a bargain rate, I don't know what the price was, are the ones who actually are the subject of the recommendation.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Question, probably just for me to get my head around it a bit more. Just say that you were going to construct that road and connect it all the way through in one go, for whatever reason it was identified to do that. Would you not then have east and west to just be Frangipani Drive, hypothetically? Like, so what's the logic for east and west? Is that because it's not yet connected, but I'm just sort of confused somewhat as to what the methodology is and all that sort of stuff.
So we are talking about hypotheticals in a sense. So as, like I said before, one road design option is to continue the road in, say, a dead straight line, and then anyone looking at a street directory would say, well, that's just Frangipani Drive. As I said, if it was east and west, then usually there's a fairly major road in severing that side road. What I'm suggesting is that we are able to name this Melrose Drive, or Melrose Place, sorry, and it's not inconceivable that a small lot subdivision could occur on that block, and we could have Melrose Drive come into a T intersection and branch off into a couple of cul-de-sacs and wind around, and then a separate road joins up to Frangipani Drive. It's not inconceivable that would happen, and it's probably good urban road layout to slow the traffic through there. So it's not it's only a 50 kilometre an hour zone, Frangipani Drive, so not to have a dead straight road and encourage people to speed through there.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. We've got a mover and Councillor Mather. We'll wrap up debate. Mover Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Mr. Creedman, I believe you're here for the next one as well.
Thank you,
This
Mr.
is
Mayor.
11.2, application for permanent road closure adjacent to 69 Reed Street, Zilsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Officers have been requested to provide comment back to the state government on an application that has been received for a permanent road closure in Reed Street Road Reserve at Zilsey. I might just move down to page 39 of the report, which has a little schematic showing the proposal. So if everybody's on that page there, you can see that there's a 20 metre wide road reserve stub that's unformed road at this time, and the application is for half of that road reserve to be amalgamated into an adjacent property and purchased from the state government, and the state government is asking for council view on that. So the officers have canvassed views from different parts of our organisation, and the recommendation is that we object to the permanent closure of that road reserve, mostly due to environmental significance and local remnant vegetation. So happy to take questions on that, and my recommendation is that we reject this application.
All right, thank you. Questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Creedman. When I look at the officer's recommendation for number D, it's talking about the adjacent land to the south, lot 406 on survey plan, etc. But on the actual map that we're currently looking at, there's only a lot 400. So is that an error in the numerals on the actual officer's recommendation? I don't see a lot 406 on the map.
Thank you, councillor, for the question. My understanding is there is a lot 406 further to the south. So there is it's only a small slither of land that connects onto this site, but there is a larger lot further south.
Certainly. And just one other question, and I don't suppose you will be able to answer this, but on the map we were currently just looking at, there's a lot 500, SP 179511. Is there any potential development in that area as well for the future?
No, my understanding is that's a national park.
That's a national park,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Just one, Mr. Mayor. If that's is fairly heavily vegetated with remnant, what do we do in relation to fire breaks? Because it does butt up against the granny flat. On page 38, it's there.
So, Councillor May, the granny flat is part of the proposed development. It's not there at the moment. So if if the applicant was successful in acquiring this land off the state government, then they're proposing a small granny flat on that 10 metres.
Okay, so that white line around the granny flat, that's part and parcel of the land they are hoping to acquire, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I have one more question through you, Mr Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Friend?
Thank you. So we're looking at the officer's recommendation to resolve to object to the proposal. Points A and B, subject site is mapped under a planning scheme as a matter of local environment significance and has a healthy stand of native vegetation, and B, part of the subject site is mapped by the Department of Resources as containing remnant vegetation. Why then would we then put in number D, should the adjacent land to the south be developed, the subject site would become the secondary access and complement the road network? I'm just seeing, I'm seeing conflict there. We're saying that they can't have it because of the remnant vegetation and natives on the site. Yet, you know, if the other lot was to be developed, then that would become a road network. Just wanting some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. So there is a larger lot, balance lot 406, which adjoins the Sea Spray development to the south. So that has some development potential, and that lot does have a 20 metre battle axe type easement running through to Reef Street. So in a sense, depending on what happens in the future with that lot 406, there could be access from Sea Spray Drive, or there could be a legal point of access off Reef Street. So we're not sure how and when that's going to occur. So the officers have obviously looked at the environmental significance and the mapping and said, we don't agree with this. And we've also said that there is a chance that this larger lot 406, when it develops, may also come through into Reef Street, which is a very low chance, because Sea Spray already has a good road network, but it is a road reserve at the moment that this lot 406 has technically access to as well. So we're giving the full range of reasons in the recommendation so that the state government and then the applicant fully understands all of the impediments.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr Chair, perhaps picking up from Councillor Friend there, so on our report there on page 39, is 406 up there actually 400? Is that?
No.
No? So where is lot 400 up on the screen there? Because it would seem as if if they were going to access via Reef Street. See that one there, lot 4, back up there if you please, Justine. That one there, is lot 400 there indeed actually lot 406 on the other plan? Is that it? Lot, that 406 there, which is that skinny leg. Is that freehold, that one there?
I'm just checking our mapping system, and that plan that was just shown there is correct. Lot 406 is a big white mapped area, and then also that 20 metre looks like a road reserve. That's all 406.
Yeah.
So that plan there, if you go back up, Justine, please. That plan there, that typed.
Yeah.
That should say 406. Apologies for that. Councillor Friend was on it a couple of questions ago.
So I guess the question I had then is, why would they need the road reserve that's currently designated there and not just access into their own freehold block, which is goes on to Reef Street? Because the other road reserve actually goes into the national park, basically. So what would the purpose of preserving the road reserve when if lot 406 could access off Reef Street directly into their private property, or could they not?
So that little, I'm just looking at a different mapping system, that little stub that joins onto Reef Street, which is lot 406, is about 13 metres wide. So the residential street road reserve minimum in our planning scheme is 18 metres wide, and depending on the type of road, that would potentially need to be, that reserve would need to be wider. So we don't want to compromise our future ability to, if that lot 406 develops and they create a road in that slither of land and then it comes out onto Reef Street, we wouldn't want to narrow that the land there too much to reduce the ability for a road to come out through there. Like I say, it's probably very slim because Sea Spray road network is comprehensive, and there's probably other ways to come in and out of that site, and off Svensson Road and so on.
Just the other question, I guess, is do the owners of, say, lot 406 be made aware of something like this, given that, say, if council approved this, even though the recommendation is different, potentially their ability to access a road onto Reef Street there is perhaps reducing somewhat. So do they get the right to object or support, or they don't get called into it?
Thank you, Councillor. No, they will get the right to comment on it in future stages of the process. So the initial stage of the process is that a resident can apply to the state government for to purchase a road reserve. The first step is that it comes to council as a sort of a concurrence agency, key stakeholder for our views. If we object, then the state government take that into consideration, and mostly I would suggest that they would refuse the application. If we didn't object, then the applicant is required under the Act to put up a sign notifying the residents in the community, and then there's a period where residents in the community and property owners can put their own submissions to the state government, and then that's taken into account in the final decision. So this is not a process that we lead. It's we're a concurrence agency, and the process is totally driven by the state government.
Any other questions, councillors? Or can I get a mover, please, for this one? Moved, Councillor Mather. Seconded, please. All right, I'll second it. Councillor Mather, you want to speak to the motion?
I think enough's been said, Mr Mayor, thank you. As long as people understand what they're doing.
Anyone want to speak against?
Yeah. I don't object to, I don't sort of disagree with the officers just to be contrary, but I sort of look at it and think that we have the ability to try and assess, I guess, the impact if we were to sell this or support selling of this. The applicant has identified it for a granny flat. In some ways, by reducing that road reserve space, it probably lessens the chance of development occurring through that corridor, which was privately owned there, which would be a positive for the environmental balance there. So I think it would be overall a reasonable balance to occur there if that was to be sold off and a granny flat built there. So on those grounds, I don't have a problem with it. Similar to some of the other departments within council that also don't have a problem with it. So I guess it's good to be diverse and have diverse opinions. Thank you.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone speaking against? I'll be happy to wrap up debate and vote on this one, councillors. Got a mover and Councillor Mather. Did you want to wrap up, Councillor Mather? Seconded myself. All in favour? Those against? Can I have the in favour again, please? Those against? Yeah, okay, so we've got a split vote. Use my casting vote to support the recommendation. Thank you. 11.2, Jabiru Drive extension and upgrade works. Mr. Creedman, the floor is yours again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of the Show Society's request to relocate to Milroy Drive, the planning team is assessing application at the moment, and due to its proximity to Rockhampton-Yeppoon Road, it is an application that is also assessed by the Department of Transport and Main Roads under concurrence agency provisions under the Planning Act. The Department of Transport and Main Roads has indicated to our planning team that they would not support the application unless council showed a commitment to upgrading the road network in that area. We do have Jabiru Drive on our transport plan to be upgraded, and for a connection through to the traffic signals at the landfill facility is in our capital works program next year. So I've brought this report to the table to try and get council to put into a resolution that we support and allocate funds into next year's capital works program for the upgrade of Jabiru Drive, and this will then give comfort to the Department of Transport and Main Roads so they can condition and provide comment back to the planners on this application. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Questions, Councillor Mather? No?
Oh, no, I was going to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Questions, Councillor
Yes,
Friend?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Creedman, these works, would they also enable a clear passage to the landfill for traffic off the main Yeppoon Road? Will this particular road travel past or also to the landfill as well?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So the main access into the landfill will remain off the existing traffic signals. This connection Jabiru Drive will take the pressure off Milroy Drive intersection. It's reaching saturation. I don't recall that there will be an access from Jabiru Drive into the landfill, but I'll take that on notice. We are still in design phase at the moment, in preparation for construction next year. So I will take that on notice and get back to the members.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor. This is another indication that growth is pressing us to make decisions prematurely, so to speak, and make commitments with funding that we probably would rather wait until such time as we had a bigger picture of the pool of money that we have. But this is something that needs to happen, because if we don't commit to main roads for funding and give them some certainty, obviously everything stops there. We've still got the problem, that intersection at Milroy Drive, I'll come back to that, but the showgrounds will not be able to proceed, and they've expended considerable amount of money to get to this point, and yet they won't be able to further that. And they would rather have that connection sooner rather than later, but the later would have to be the funding that we approve at the time. But we're flagging that now, that this is what we want, this is what we need, and I'm happy to support it, because it's going to be a very crucial intersection that takes from one area to place the emphasis on another. And going back to Milroy Drive, I've been watching this intersection with great interest, and in fact it was the next notice on my list for the engineering department, because the reason why you've got so much congestion there is because there is no ability to get into the left lane, because all the traffic's banking up, waiting for the vehicle in the front to turn right, and everything else is behind it and can't move. If they were to take that street light out, and this is what my plan was, if they were to take that street light out and curve that, they could actually get into that little access lane there and alleviate that congestion. So I'm happy to do that. But as they say, that could be a left-hand turn, but it's not able to do that because you've got a street light in the road. But we could solve two problems with the same decision, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, this is a no-brainer, Mr Mayor. Like, you've got an industrial area that's only going to grow. We've got the race course. We've got the showgrounds that hopefully will go ahead. And we've also got access to Stanley Street to our western suburbs. And this brings them to the traffic lights and makes it a lot safer for everybody to make access. And we know that these areas are just going to grow and grow and grow. And it's just somewhere we just have to move forward and move on.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against? Anyone for? Happy to wrap up, councillors?
Mr Mayor, if I could just say that, as the commentary says, and I guess this is why it's so critical that we base our decisions on our capital budgets, you know, with some solid logic and, you know, but they're all subject to budget considerations. But as it says here, this project was first entered into the Forward Works program in 2017 and has been ranked as a high priority to be completed in the short term. So, you know, I think what we're doing here today is fundamentally reflecting the importance of it, obviously, but it was first flagged in 2017. So bring on 2023 and it'll be a terrific day when perhaps Michael and the Mayor cut the ribbon on that intersection, or whoever does it, because it's going to be a sincerely improved product there at the end. So bring it on. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Just concur on all of those comments. This is a long overdue necessity in my view, and for it to be a catalyst to develop the new showgrounds makes it an even greater priority in my view. So we'll wrap up debate. We've got a move of Councillor Mather, second of Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And on that note, councillors, we'll break for morning tea, so procedural motion, all in favour. And when we come back, it's going to be a little bit clumsy, councillors, because we're up to 11:04, and so councillors Eastwood and Bello will have to be seated, and then we'll have to ask them to leave the room as per their statements earlier on anyway. So. Welcome back, everyone. From Morning Tea, procedural motion to reconvene. Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay. Mr CEO, you've got some updates for us based on this morning's discussions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. If it suits the meeting, just the responses to a couple of questions on notice we took earlier in the meeting. I think Councillor Friend's question about the state's response to the local law review is expected in early February. We're hoping it may be sooner than that, but early February is the target at this stage. In relation to the tenure of the rail trail, it is road reserve as I had anticipated. And in relation to concessional fees, I think that was also a Councillor Friend question. So the fees and charges published concessions for educational, religious, charitable, community organisations, goes on to a few other definitions, but generally 50% of the fees.
Could you repeat that, 50 or 15?
50.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Friend, you're happy with those responses?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Well, as we indicated prior to the break, we're up to 11.4, and based on declarations made at the beginning of the meeting, councillors Eastwood and Bellow have elected to leave the meeting for this agenda item. So, gentlemen, I'll call you when we're done.
Mr Chairman, if I could, not that I get a vote on these matters, but I have been indicating an interest. My sister owns a property in Matthew Flinders Drive, and I've been absenting myself from matters that relate to any development in that area.
All right. Thank you, Mr CEO. So item 11.4, councillors, as you'll know from your agenda, is a strategic review of infrastructure requirements for Cooey Bay. Mr Creedman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the 22-23 operational plan this year, Council had committed to undertake a review of the trunk road upgrade likely for the Cooey Bay area, and also to sequence the delivery and understand the financial implications of the projects. So this report basically tables the sequence of projects required over the next sort of 10 years to improve the transport footpaths and general amenity of the Cooey Bay area. We have previously discussed this at length in briefing sessions, and I'm happy to take questions from the councillors just to further tease out the issues in this matter.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Mr Creedman. Just having a look at the Matthew Flinders Drive cyclist and pedestrian prioritised crossing at the section of Matthew Flinders Drive adjacent to Daniel Park. It says currently in forward works plan, and the budget date is 22-23. So should that be completed, that crossing, by June 23?
Yes, it will be. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
It's because it has so many steps.
Microphone, Councillor Mather.
Because this project is it's ongoing over a number of years, it's important that we keep track of where we are and what we still have to go. And I was just thinking about the Gregory Street. Is Gregory Street itself going to be upgraded, or is it just the entrances from the other roads to Gregory Street?
Thank you, councillor. So I might just turn to...
Because it's mentioned several times, that's all.
Yes. So on page 63 of the agenda, there is a schematic map showing all of the different projects and in different colour coding and so on, with the approximate year and budget. So we do have quite a bit of work to do in Gregory Street, as you can see from the schematic. There's some intersection work at Matthew Flinders Drive in the sort of cyan colour. And then there's a middle section, which is a blue stage in 29-30 financial year. Then there's a pink section, which is past the sports field, The long-term plan for Gregory Street is to make it a connector road onto the scenic highway and to signalise the intersection at Trangenbar Road. So that intersection upgrade of the signals is planned in about 2031, 32. So there's quite a bit of work to be done in Gregory Street to bring it up to a standard which will create an additional entry and exit point into the Cooey Bay suburb.
There's not much of the local road network there that's going to be untouched, is there? Like
No.
Crisney Street.
There's the main focus for this this project work is really to upgrade Matthew Flinders Drive and footpath connections from Cooey Bay through to Lammermoor Beach. There's also some footpaths improvements around the sort of the northern eastern end of the sporting fields, and as I said, the Gregory Street upgrade will allow that additional ingress and egress from the suburb there. So from my memory, there's I think from memory there's about $14 million worth of work that needs to be completed over the next 10 years. So,
Michael, from the green Matthew Flinders to the scenic highway, there is no colour there, and yet that part of the road itself is very fragile. I know we're looking at other roads that connect, but I would have thought that we need to complete that one to the scenic highway before we sort of went sideways.
so that thank you, Councillor, for that question. That section of road will be already captured within our asset management plans, and it does require a pavement rehabilitation. So it's not just the surface through there, but the actual pavement has reached the end of its life. So that requires a full pavement rehabilitation, and that falls within our asset management plan for.
So
urban
that'll be
pavement
council
rehab.
funding itself
Yeah,
there.
that's.
So when does that come on board? Because I'm just wondering how long it will last.
I'll have to take that on notice, and it is on our radar because it is one of the poorer urban collector roads in our network. So there's no doubt that we'll need to do that sooner rather than later. So I'll come back to the table with the timing on that.
We probably need to sort of pop it up the list a little bit, because otherwise we're going to end up in a little bit of trouble there with not only the funding that we won't have, but the deterioration of the road. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Friend? Or Councillor Hutton?
Mr. Credman, I just wanted to ask in regards to the pavement condition and age of Caffney Street, Davidson Street and Elmer Street. When this was previously brought to a workshop, I asked for detail around their condition and replacement age, and it's not available in this report, so I wondered if you might be able to provide.
No, I'll have to take that on notice. Sorry, Councillor Hutton. It's not included in this report, and I'll have to go back through our asset management plans to finalise what those ages are and what our renewal timeframes are. I'm sorry about that.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make an observation there?
Sorry, Councillor Hutton's still going.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Mayor. Further question, in regards to the beach access points where the footpaths are being looked at for Ray Street and Crisney Street, what is the condition of the beach accesses?
So those beach accesses are existing at the moment, and we're proposing to include a beach access. On the plan you can see there's a blue set of stairs proposed at the end of Wreck Point to go down onto Lammermoor Beach. The other footpaths will just be normal beach accesses. I don't know exactly when they are proposing to be upgraded as part of this detailed design phase of Ray Street and Crisney Street. I would have assumed that would be part of it. plan shows it's stopping short, but there's no point stopping a footpath short and not upgrading it completely to the beachfront. So I would assume that in the scoping document we would include making sure we get the pedestrians safely onto the beach.
And just a further question. So in regards to detailed design normally includes cost estimation related to the budget of producing a project. Would that be correct? And how close do we consider them to normally be to the true costs of doing the work? Like, is this a preliminary stage estimate, or is when you get to detailed design, is this more almost like a quantity surveyor's detail that you go to just prior to construction?
Thank you, Councillor. At this stage, these projects are at what we call concept estimate stage. So concept estimate is based on a schematic plan such as what you see in this report, and then our engineering team would apply unit rates per square metre for different facets of the project, and then that final cost is increased by 40% for a concept estimate because of the unknowns in not having survey or the engineering models finalised. So we use the Main Roads estimating manual to add 40% to concept estimates, and some of these projects are a long way out in our forward works program, so that's a reasonable approach. As we get projects into the program which are 1 and 2 years away, then we start doing our detailed design, and that requires a site survey, our engineering assessments and models, and the final estimate on our detailed design estimates honed into a contingency of 10%.
Thank you. I apologise. Just one further question. So is it right in saying that a detailed design has a shelf life of 1 to 2 years in terms of the costings estimate related to it?
Yeah, that would be a fair assessment. We would say if we did a detailed design and then the project was delayed for some reason, prior to finalising the budget year, we would have a quick look at the detailed design and the estimate, and then update it with any new information we have on our unit rates and products.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Credman, just looking at the resolution that we adopt the strategy, and in previous decisions we endorsed an additional budget allocation of $160,000 to be made available in the 22-23 financial year to complete construction of the bridge and walking trail by 30th of December. Where are we up to with the bridge?
Thank you, Councillor. So we have completed the detailed design for the bridge. It's currently out to tender. So it's likely to cost about $400,000 to $500,000, we believe, for the footbridge. So we're out to full public tender at the moment. That closes in I think it's about second week of January, and we're proposing to have that constructed by the end of financial year. The delay on that project is been because of the geotechnical work that we've had to do, and the detailed design to ensure that the style of the bridge is complements the natural environment there. We have had a chat to our funding partners, which is Queensland Reconstruction Authority, so that they were pushing for us to have it finished by Christmas. We've had a chat to them throughout the design and tender phase. They are supportive of us extending our commitment to the end of financial year, and we are we're grateful for that, because it's taken much longer than we'd expect to get that delivered.
Thank you. You've answered my question.
All right. Any other questions, Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you. Michael, under engagement and consultation, we've had extensive community engagement out in previous years in November of 17, associated with Daniel Park redevelopment, and is expected that more will be required in the future. And we go down to the next para. The engagement was carried out for the Rec Point walking trails in October of 20 for preparation of the funding application, and officers intend to carry out further stakeholder consultation in the future. Is it time to do that again now, because we're moving ahead with these stages, so we can take people on board as to where we're at? Is it timely?
Depends on the resolution today, but there's a chance that we could go back to the community at a general media release and promote the decisions that are made today. And then the follow-on from that will be during our the rollout of this program and in the detailed design phase. I'm certain that our teams will need to engage in a bit more detail with the community out there. So if we're reconstructing a road in a particular street, then we would need to consult with the residents along there, and we might have some discussion around how the future design incorporates any park frontages and other intersection layouts and so on. So there's going to be many more discussions as we work through this. And,
yes. Well, we'll be governed by your timetable, and your staff can only do so much within a certain time to get that detail out to us. But I do know that when people see all the activity out there with the trucks and the road closures and opens and so forth, they begin to wonder. So it's a good idea to keep them on board as to what we're doing, because yeah, they do get a bit curious and they just need a little bit of certainty, I think. Not that we can give them too much, but at least we can take them on the journey with us and they feel a lot more comfortable. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder, please, to adopt the strategy? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. Do you want to speak to it further, Councillor Mather?
I think we've said enough, Mr Mayor. Thank you. It's all set out nicely
No worries.
for anybody, for any of the public to see.
Right. We happy to go to the vote, councillors?
Happy.
Okay, all right. Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I won't be supporting this plan today. I have some concerns that it's still in the development phase and needs some more work before it will be ready for presentation. As Councillor Mather alluded to, Matthew Flinders Drive and the section that connects onto the scenic highway has got a pavement that is in poor condition, and yet in this 10-year plan of works in the Cooey Bay region, that's not in that plan at all, and that concerns me greatly, and should, in many members of the community's eyes, be prioritised over some of the other works that are being considered, and its exclusion is a concern. I also am concerned that previously at the briefing session I asked about the pavement life and the road conditions for the sub-arterial streets that were there. That information's not been able to be provided, so I don't have the confidence as to what the ages of those streets are, their capacity to manage extra traffic flows while we're undertaking these works into the future, and that they're not going to need any work in this next 10-year period. I think their exclusion is something that we should be addressing in this plan. I also have concerns in regards to the expenditure of money on footpaths on Ray Street and Christney Street connecting to the beach accesses on Ray Street. I actually cannot find the beach access. I've travelled down there, walked there. I can't find a beach access at all, so we're making a footpath at the moment that I can't confirm actually leads to a beach access because it's not physically visible from the road or even from walking there, and also that these are low traffic movement streets and we're putting footpaths on streets that have at maximum 10 or 12 houses on, which provides easy roadside walking access for people to travel down to the beach, as opposed to some of the places we have in both the Yeppoon and Emu Park CBD, where the need for improved footpaths or just footpaths to exist is of a much higher status. When I take those things into consideration together, it concerns me. We then have the detailed design for those footpaths occurring this year, yet the projects are not set for 10 years' time, which means that we've got a detailed design that we know we're going to have to review because the costings are not in the 1 to 2 year time frame that we believe is normally provided, but rather a 10-year forecast. for those reasons, I believe that this document's not yet ready to go to the community. It's going to raise more questions than it's going to provide answers. And just as has been alluded to by Councillor Maver previously, when the community starts seeing us moving on to the next piece of road, when they can't see that the last piece of road's finished, it does create a level of unease and angst in the community that we don't need to yet take on board by jumping to these places. So I'd encourage councillors to consider voting down this today, not because we don't believe there is not a need for substantial works in Kui Bay. In fact, I think we'd all agree the need is definitely there. But I would hope that when we produce the Kui Bay precinct staging strategy, that it's an all-inclusive strategy that doesn't have such gaps that need to be addressed, and that this document could come back to council in the new year and be provided with those extra elements so that we can see the true costs of the works that need to be done there, as well as the staging and how it all fits together with that extra detail as requested.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Mather,
Y-
did you have a question?
Yes, I was going to ask the member if he would be happy to move the deadline, the table to the next briefing session and have all of those matters that he's listed incorporated into those discussions at that time. Because, I mean, I don't know whether you've actually, begging your forgiveness, Mr Mayor, whether you've actually listed those and put them to the engineering department.
At the previous briefing session.
You had, okay, and they weren't in here, yes. So perhaps, Mr Mayor, that would be a good idea if the member would like to.
Well, it's entirely up to Councillor Hutton.
Yes.
But I'd like to speak to the motion as well. Sorry, can I speak? Anyone speaking for the motion? You have a question? What's your question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Hutton brought up a very good point, and my question to Mr Creederman is that if the detailed designs of the footpaths are going ahead within this next financial year, is there a reason behind that, such as they sit on the shelf to obtain a ready-made business case for funding, or is there a reason for the fact that they are being detailed and then not in the forward works plan for a decade? Are we waiting for funding opportunities?
A lot of the time we do designs early for funding opportunities. So there's a number of state government footpath programs and principal cycle network plan funding streams which do allow us to apply for funding. It's always good to have a design and an estimate that's reasonably accurate so we can go to the funding bodies. It's also good to have a design and an estimate accurate so that we can put it into our forward works program. I don't think there's any effort lost in doing a design that's 2 or 3 years out and then doing a quick review of it in the year before it's required to be constructed. It's not lost effort unless we totally change our scope and what we designed originally is no longer the vision, and that's why there's that imperative to try and stick to detailed design 2 to 3 years out. If we start designing things that are 10 years out, the vision could change substantially in that time. But I don't think it's unreasonable to do detailed design 2 to 3 years out, and then in the year before it's to be adopted for construction to give it a quick once over. Just to tidy up the estimate if there needs to be an increase for the price of concrete or steel or anything else that's consumed on the project.
Okay, so anyone speaking for the resolution? Councillor Mather, I'll give you the opportunity to wrap up at the end if that's all right, unless you've got a question.
Just a question, Mr
Yep.
Mayor. Does the good councillor Hutton have any plans to ask that it lie on the table till the next briefing session? Because I'm reluctant to move ahead with it if I feel there are major deficiencies, and that I believe it's, as the good councillor says, I think there are some matters that really we need to be assured that they are actually included.
Well, Councillor, perhaps I can help out yourself and Councillor Hutton here. I'm not going to support this either, for very similar reasons to those articulated by Councillor Hutton, I beg your pardon. I think that that stretch of road between the Scenic Highway and Christney Street is a very ordinary piece of road, and it does need to be included in this contemplation. I'm also concerned about Councillor Hutton's information that hasn't been forthcoming, and I'm also thirdly concerned about the sequencing of some of these pieces of work. I think that some of them are scheduled before others, and that probably needs to be reversed. Just my personal view, but having lived in that part of the coast and aware of the views of many of the residents around there, I'm just conveying their views. So I won't be supporting it either, councillors. So at this point in time, it'll be, I'm assuming, 2-2, in which case it'll get voted down. Anyway.
Mr Mayor, would the good councillor Hutton be willing to make a procedural motion to lay this on the table for further information?
My understanding was that once you'd spoken to a motion, you couldn't move a procedural motion. So I've already spoken, and the meeting's moved on. My personal opinion is that we're in best place to vote it down today and allow it to come back in a revised form in the new year.
All right. So we've got a. Can we wrap up debate? Did you want to speak to it to wrap up, councillor?
No, Mr Mayor, but if it's not supported at all, there should be still an avenue to
It will come back. It will come back to the table,
Yes.
Councillor Mather.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right. We've got a move of Councillor Mather, second of Councillor Friend. All in favour? No support. All those against? Motion is lost. Thank you, councillors. And we'll find Councillor Bello and Councillor Eastwood and the CEO, please. And that's some great work, Michael. It just probably needs to be tweaked a bit. We're waiting on Councillor Bello, yeah. Councillors, we're up to 11.5, which is a request for views on the conversion of unallocated state land, lots 23 to 29, on registered plan 602303, Piper Street, Emu Park to freeholds. Welcome to the table, Christine. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors, as well as CEO. This report pertains to a request from the Department of Resources for Council's views on a proposed conversion of unallocated state land to freehold located at Piper Street, Emu Park. It comprises of 7 lots, it's proposed to be individually titled. Officers' comments are contained within the report, with officers recommending that Council resolve to advise the Department that it objects to the conversion to freehold for reasons outlined in the recommendation, including, I'll be brief, Council currently has no plans to construct a road at that location at this time, and the road frontage there is not formed. Because of the steep grade of that road, a maximum allowable grade of 16%, this one is about 18%. It would be considerable expense for Council to construct that said road, and council would be left with a financial burden to construct that road, which has not been planned for at this time. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Christine. Questions, councillors?
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering, because we've got 7 lots there, belongs to the state, had any consideration been given to amalgamating, rubbing out those 7 titles and actually having 3 titles in their place? And you could use the larger blocks to actually create a common road in front of those lots that actually join on to that service road that's already there, and you wouldn't have to create another road. Does that make sense to you?
I may have to take that question on notice, Councillor Mayor, that I am not in construction and maintenance. I believe that probably is a question for infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to see this?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor May, obviously there are different approaches to developing the land and providing access. And the existing road reserve's steeper than the allowable, so that rules that out. It's probably looking at the resolution or the officer's recommendation is that to refuse the application is probably the best approach, and then put those questions and ideas back to the state government for them to determine a better solution.
I wasn't planning on us doing it.
No, so we give them our reasons, and then they can use their own judgment to decide whether they amalgamate and reapply. Because the cost of building roads on sides of the hills is going to be very cost prohibitive for us. It's not our job to do that in this application.
Any other questions? Councillor Friend.
Thank you. My question is more around the report itself. Development and Engineering opposes this freehold status. However, Engineering Services do not see any reason that the land shouldn't be converted to freehold. Also, Engineering Services state that the lots are not within water supply or sewage service areas. However, Water and Waste advises that there are sewer mains and access chambers inside the southern boundaries of these properties. And in reading this report and seeing the conflicting information, I just wondered why it was so conflicting. Do the internal departments speak within themselves or liaise within themselves? I don't understand why different departments have opposing information, not necessarily views. The departments can have opposing views, that's fine, but opposing information.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Yes, I do acknowledge that there is different views and information within the report. Our team is tasked with collating the departments and units' views and preparing a report for council to make a decision in order to advise the state. If you have requests for further information, then I can certainly conduct further information and put that to all the council units who have made some advice in relation to this report, and come back to the table if that's your...
Thank you so much, Christine. I know that you just collated. This is more of a question of opposing information. One department says there's no water and sewer, one department says there is. That's pretty major when you start thinking about a decision based on being fully informed, an informed decision. So I just thought I'd bring that up because reading through it, I was a little confused myself, that's all.
Mr Chairman, if I could, our job is obviously to present complete information to you, Councillor. If we have done that on this occasion, then we need to apologise and remedy that. If I can just have a stab at, I think the distinction is, one is about the declared service area for water and sewer, and the point that you reference is the lots are not within the water supply or service areas, but it goes on to say that there is infrastructure available, and that aligns with the later comments. I think they might be in sync. It might just be a bit clumsy the way it's worded.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Mover, Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Hutton, thank you. Do you want to speak to the report, Councillor Mather?
Look, it's been discussed sufficiently, the reasons are valid. I think if the department wishes to review its decision as to what it does with that land and rubs out the 7 lots and turns it into 3 and provides a road and provides water, we're happy to sell them off.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else wish to speak for? So we're happy to go to the vote, councillors, on this one? All right. So we have a mover, Councillor Mather, seconder, Councillor Hutton. All in favour of the recommendation? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Christine. 11.6 is the Regional Arts Development Fund Round 1 for 2022-23. Welcome to the table, Trish.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. For our Regional Arts Development Fund Round 1 this year, we received a total of $190,000 worth of applications. The assessment panel's done a full review and we're requesting 15% funding or $28,844, which will be used towards the 8 applications. They range from travel for EP production, theatre support, there's 3 art installations, arts workshops and classical ballet training. So there's a lot of variety in the requests this round.
Questions? Councillor Friend.
Yes, I just have 2. Thank you. Thanks so much. How did the panel, members of RADF, decide only $1,600 for High Valley Dawn Festival?
Yep, no, thanks, Councillor Friend. I believe the other portion of what the applicant in that was asking for was outside of the RADF guidelines.
Right.
Potentially it's for materials and costs, and there is only a portion of that the RADF will pay. I can get the exact details though and forward them through to yourself or to all councillors.
Yep. My last question is the installation of the Black Cockatoos for the Village Festival. Will these remain a permanent fixture?
I don't believe so, no.
So it's only for that week of the 2 weeks, sorry, of the Village Festival.
The festival, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
Oh, just in the absence of Councillor Watson, Mr Mayor, I'll speak to this. And look, it's really important that we look after our arts and music community and for what they do to us and the culture that they bring to our lovely Shire. So and we can do this with the RADF grants, the Regional Arts Development grants. So yep, really happy to back this one, and I hope other councillors are too, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Okay, happy to wrap it up, councillors. Go to the vote. Moved, Councillor Eastwood, seconded, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Trish. 11.7 is the Reef Guardian Council's action plan. And welcome to the table, Elise.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. Today we're just presenting for your information and endorsement our annual action plan for the Reef Guardian Council's program. This is a program we've had a long association with. It promotes better protection of the Great Barrier Reef through education, information sharing and involvement in on-ground actions. There's quite a bit of information and background there in the report. But given that we have been involved in this program since about 2007, I think councillors are very familiar with the program. So I'm happy to recommend the plan to you and take questions.
All right, questions, councillors?
Move, Mr Mayor.
All right, I've got a mover and Councillor Friend. I'm happy to second. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to the report?
Mr Mayor, although I've read the report thoroughly a couple of times, it's wonderful. There's so many things happening within our Reef Guardian Council here. and we are doing an amazing job. And I'd like to thank Lise Charles, Matt Baldock and all of their team publicly for this. As I'm no longer a Reef Guardian champion, but Councillor Watson is the Reef Guardian champion. He's not here. There's some exciting things happening on this front, that Council will deliver its ecotourism certification, and we've met over half the criteria for that. That was wonderful. GKI decarbonisation project is now complete. And also we're actually retrofitting around 20 to 30 lights, mainly mercury vapour lights, to LEDs per year. So that all of these enhance our reef. All of these help with turtle nestings and the health of our waterways as well. We've got some exciting news coming up in the future in relation to EV chargers. So there's a lot of people in our community that will be quite excited about that. And so many things are happening. I'd just like to once again support our Reef Guardian and thank the staff for all their hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right. Just got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Lise. A short but meaningful appearance. 11.8 is the External Audit Financial Management Report. Mr. CEO, are you delivering this one?
Mr Mayor, the Chief Financial Officer is having a learned festive season break and has asked me to report on the next couple of matters in her absence, which I'm happy to do so. The Financial Management Observation Report from QAO is attached for councillors' reference. Councillors will recall that the audited financial statements were presented and adopted as part of the annual report at the November meeting. This particular report makes reference to a number of matters detected during the audit, which are brought specifically to councillors' attention and the action that's being taken to respond to those. So there are three particular matters, one around our administration of grant management and two others about how we bring particular matters to account. It hasn't affected the unmodified, what used to be unqualified audit opinion, but these things are presented for councillors' information. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Questions? Councillor Friend.
Yes, I always have a question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. You can rely on me for that, that's for sure. So, thanks, Mr. CEO. Page 95 of the report, it says ICT super users access is to be removed. That's what the auditors, external auditors, have requested. However, it goes on to say, due to the program not allowing this, it then reads that the report will be supplied to the IT help desk. So is this not contrary to the recommendation? I believe this was in relation to ICT super users having access to the payroll program. And I just thought, well, they've recommended it to be removed. We can't because the program won't allow it. However, now we're sending a report to the IT help desk. So the general staff in IT have access to that report.
So as I understand it, Councillor Friend, there are some configuration limitations which prevent us from fully implementing the recommendation. I think that the intent is certainly to limit access to sensitive information, including payroll data, but the reality is all council staff, including councillors, have statutory responsibilities about the sensitive handling of sensitive information. So it is, whilst the best control is to prevent access, the next control is to enable access with people who have those statutory responsibilities, but in a controlled way.
Any other questions, councillors?
It's a fairly minor one, if I may, Mr Chair, though. Just in terms of the budget implications, I'm just curious to understand, I think this year it was approximately about $180,000 in total for audit fees, and 1920 was approximately 18,000. I was just trying to understand if I'm reporting that correctly, why the significant increase, and is that just a legislative?
That's
Sorry?
Apologies, Councillor Bello, that's an error in that last figure. Total audit fees in 1920 would have been in the order of 180.
180, yeah, okay.
There's a missing figure there. I'll get the exact number, but there's obviously been an omission on that part. I probably pay more audit fees than that for a few of the clubs that I'm involved in.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. You want to speak to the report, Councillor Bello?
No, thank you. With that clarification, I'm more than comfortable with.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend, did you want to speak for it?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, we're happy to go to the vote, councillors. Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend, all in favour. Carried unanimously. 11.9 is a monthly financial report for the period ending 30 November. Mr Deputy Mayor, would you mind taking the chair for a second? Thanks.
Certainly. Okay. So that is item 11.9. Yep. Great. Who's going to lead that one off, Mr CEO?
Yes, Mr Acting Chair, I'll endeavour to do somewhere near the job that the CFO would have otherwise done. So if I was to just summarise, it's a detailed report, as you see, and we would welcome questions from councillors. But overall operating revenue year to date is below budget. That's attributed principally to a significant journal entry that's been processed to recognise prepayment, principally of rates, in a different way. We tend to do that journal at the end of the year. We're now doing that on a monthly basis. So you'll see a $3.5 million figure in there that's been brought to account, which would have normally only been done at the end of the financial year. That particular transaction is explained in more detail on page 104. Otherwise, sales revenue, operating grants and interest revenue are tracking ahead of budget, but fees and charges are behind year to date by a figure approaching $400,000. Actual expenses show some underspend in employee benefits and materials and services, but the amount committed for materials, so the actuals to date is about 13 million, but if you include the committals, it is about 17.4 million, so it's not that far off the budgeted figure when you bring committals to account. Our community equity or net assets, or the wealth of the Shire, has climbed to a little over $1.1 billion. Borrowings are forecast to be less than $55 million by the end of June 23. Our current average weighted interest rate is 4.59%. Cash balances are down this month, but are anticipated to be above forecast by year's end. We're currently earning 3.37% on cash with Queensland Treasury Corporation. Rates arrears, $3.6 million. Over 50% of that is for the current year's levy. This represents about 4.5% of our annual rate levy. $45 million capital program is committed, $24.1 million to November 2022, and specific details on the number of projects are shown on pages 111 and 112. Happy to answer any other questions.
Questions, councillors?
I'm just
Mayor.
wondering, I'm always curious, and I don't know if I really totally understand it, the asset sustainability ratio, how it keeps moving around as we go through the year, because our assets remain the same.
The asset sustainability ratio, Councillor Mather, is a reflection on the percentage of our capital program that's spent on maintenance and refurbishment of existing assets rather than investment in new assets.
It's what we spend on what we've got.
That's right.
I think that's answered that one then.
I don't have much more of an answer
Yeah,
to that.
thank
no.
you.
The only question I have, Mr Chair, just in relation to that reduction in the revenue, was that for the fees and charges section? What was that?
Yes.
Where's
on page
below? Is that page
page
104?
104?
Yeah. So fees and charges.
So fees and charges showing. So actuals 2.7 million to date. So budget year to date was 3.1. So tracking a little behind in that area.
Mm.
I think there's a bit of commentary in the table below. Overall fees and charge revenue below budget expectations. Year-to-date variances indicate a combination of timing and volume consumption, with local law fees are behind due to reversal of accrued revenue. Again, a bit of that sort of the way we're treating accrual of revenue.
Right.
Waste and recycling fees are behind. Customer service fees are slightly behind, but higher than budgeted. Development approval fees at 255 ahead. Plumbing and drainage fees 50 odd ahead. Cemetery fees 30 odd ahead, and caravan park fees 19 ahead.
So, if I could, Mr Chair, though, it's offset. It's saying it's offset there by higher than budgeted development approval fees of 255,000. Is showing a positive, is it, from projected on the sounds?
Development fees, yes,
Yeah,
are
okay.
ahead of budget. So there's
Yep.
those last 3 or 4 items are all ahead of budget. Development fees, plumbing and drainage, cemetery and caravan park.
Yep.
However, the net of all of that is still a unfavourable variation, and dragged down by those other fees and charges.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor May, do you have a question?
Oh, sorry, no.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Bello, thank you. Seconder, please, Councillor Eastwood. Did you want to speak to the report, Councillor Bello?
Just appreciate the information contained within it. It's obviously important to be tracking performances on a day by day and a month by month. Thank you.
There's certainly there's a lot of information in these reports, and it takes a heck of a long time to prepare them, so we appreciate it. All right, so happy to go to the vote, councillors. Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 11.10, Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report. You won't have to stand in for anyone on this one, Mr CEO.
No, Mr Mayor, happy to step councillors through this quickly, sort of Cook's tour of things, and likewise happy to respond to any questions. On page 114 and into page 115 is the corporate performance indicators that were resolved by the council about 12 months ago. They're not yet at the targeted rates in all bar one circumstance, but I think you can see a pattern in a couple at least that are moving in that direction. So our customer service closeout rate approaching 80%, our target is 90%. Our absenteeism is reducing 6.1%, but our target is 4.5% or below 4.5%. We still have lost time injury frequency rate at over 21. We'd like it to be less than 15. The budget report we've just talked about. Our capital works delivery is a moving feast, but we are, and we've had some specific reference in the earlier report to progress there. Along with the committals, we are tracking reasonably well in that regard this year by comparison to previous years, despite it still being a sizable program above what we would normally consider to be the sweet spot for this organisation. And finally, our staff engagement score, as has been reported previously, is down about 10% following the most recent survey result by comparison to 2021. But pleasingly, the manager effectiveness index has remained constant. On page 118, I'll just note the closeout rate of administrative action complaints, which is a statutory process for people seeking effectively an internal review of a complaint that may have been lodged with the council. So 94 of those to the year and 92 closed out to date. On page 119, we make reference to enterprise risk management and some of the substantial assets that are included in our insurance portfolio. I just thought I'd draw to Councillors' attention, along with the moves to reduce expenditure across the organisation by a further 2% in addition to what was budgeted. We are putting the ruler across the entire suite of insurance policies and considering items to potentially uninsure or self-insure. We are looking at a reduction of up to $36,000 to achieve that 2% target in that area. At the bottom of that page, references to internal audits that have been underway, and you had a presentation from the Audit Committee Chair and independent members at your briefing a couple of weeks ago. Reference to the Project Management Office on page 120, which is about our capital works program that we've discussed. Bottom of page 121, we've got a staff turnover rate at the moment of about 18.5%, or if we exclude retirements, about 16%, which is about 1.5 FTEs per week, which I think is a reflection of a number of movement of personnel in a number of industries, not just across central Queensland, but indeed across the country. And you can see that represented graphically at the top of page 122. Bottom of page 123, we've been successful in securing funding for 4 traineeships and an apprentice position. We have 2 civil construction trainees, a support services trainee, an administrative position, an IT trainee and an apprentice diesel fitter commencing, either have commenced or will be commencing in early 2023. We have 17 middle leadership roles participating in a leadership development program at the moment as we look to improve and respond to some of that feedback we get through our staff engagement survey. Matt's joined us, but I might just truncate, and I'm sure he'll be happy to answer any questions that might exist specifically on midway down page 126. Volume of customer service requests through the IT help desk appear to be consistent with previous years. In fact, probably up somewhat on previous years, but the closeout rate is a pleasing 97%. Pages 127 and 128 show a number of the ICT projects that are underway. Equally pleasing to report uptime for systems at approaching 99% for now. I think we all know the impact on productivity things have when these devices are unavailable to us, and probably shows how chained we are to these things in this modern day and age. Bottom of page 129's contract negotiations are progressing well, so based on Council's resolution from its last meeting, we're hoping to actually be executing contracts today. And that's all the highlights I wanted to draw to people's attention. Mr Mayor, happy to respond to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Friend, question?
Can't help myself, Mr Mayor, thank you. I have an observation and a question. So the observation would be on page 115. It's noted the total amount of customer requests submitted by councillors. However, there's no breakdown of what type of requests they are, such as infrastructure or community. And I would like to see the actual, not about how many requests each council has put in, that's of no consequence, but what type of requests they are. That's my observation.
We're happy to do that, Mr Mayor. Councillor Friend, is that to be included in this report? Because we do distribute stuff to you separately, I understand.
Yes, it was just an observation that I saw in this particular report, and I thought that would be good to have. You know, there were
Yes,
20 requests for.
Yep. So my question again, so we distribute that to council or separately. Did you want to see that included in future versions of this report?
I would like to see it, but it's up to my fellow councillors also. It's not about the individual councillor and how many requests they put in. It's not a competition. It's about where those requests have come from to councillors from the community. Yeah.
Yes, so inclusion in this report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO. And my question is, on page 119, and excuse me, I'm a layperson. I just went looking for it through the report. I don't understand what TDV is. TDV. On page 19, site address, and TTV.
Yeah, likewise. I'll have a stab. V's for value. I'm guessing it's total depreciable value. I'm guessing.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. That makes sense, but I couldn't fathom it at the time.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton, sorry.
Go on.
I just wanted to ask a question in regards to. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I believe I might be talking to the next item.
Okay, no worries. Councillor Mather.
The 18.5% staff turnover. Do we have a breakdown as to the reasons? I mean, assuming, of course, we're being told what was actually the reason. I mean, we can't do anything about that if they want to give us another reason, but I mean, it's fairly high. That's almost 1/5 of our staff. I'd like to see that improved, to be quite honest. Get a little bit of stabilisation there, because every time you lose somebody, you lose that information, that expertise, that knowledge, the background, history, all those things. So you try to stabilise that if we can.
So the question is, Councillor
The
Mather?
question is, how do we go about identifying
Why people are leaving?
why there's a big turnover?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to have a stab at responding to what's a reasonably broad question. So the answer is there's a variety of reasons, Councillor Mather. We had some councillors in the room yesterday where we celebrated an existing staff member's secured another position, which would be a promotion for her. So in future, that person will be included in these figures, but we're pleased for that person. We've worked on developing that person. They're moving on to another position. So we have a range of people who are going to other things, and generally we celebrate that. We have some others who might be leaving for other reasons that aren't necessarily celebrated in that way. I would agree that turnover at the moment is probably about double what's ideal. But I don't, as I said in my commentary, I don't think that's uncommon in a number of workplaces at the moment. When we exclude the retirements, as I said, and we've incentivised retirement, as you know, we've got almost 20% of our workforce is 60 plus. We have our average tenure, I think it's still above 8 years here. So we have people that's average. So we have a lot of people who've been with us 20 plus years. So people are rusted on to Livingstone Shire, and that's generally a good thing. But we do have some churn where people come and stay for a short time and move on to other things for a variety of reasons.
Wasn't what they thought, perhaps. Yes, I'd like to see it probably looking at other councils much the same as ours in size. And maybe country councils are a little different to coastal ones, don't know. But it would be good to be able to compare, to see how we fare in that. We need to aim for something less, of course, but I'd like to see how we fare. Because, I mean, if it's such a good place to live, why are they leaving us?
That's right, Councillor Mather. I mean, I can tell you about experiences at a place like Isaac Council, which is a mining community principally, Moranbah, Clermont, Middlemount, Dysart, those sort of places, has incredible staff turnover because there's so many opportunities for people in those areas. I think it's a contextual thing. As I say, I think in our case, in an ideal world, we'd be about half of that turnover. But we do.
We'd like to think we're in the middle of the road anyhow, not excessive or not under.
And as I say, I think generally speaking across the board, turnover is high in a number of industries at the moment.
We'll leave your question with the CEO to contemplate.
Yes, I think
Councillor
I've
Mather.
just heard enough. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? A mover, Councillor Bello, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Did you want to speak to the report, Councillor Bello?
No, thank you, Mr Chairman.
All right. Happy to go to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Thanks, Matt. 11.11 is the monthly workplace health and safety report. Mr CEO, are you delivering this one?
I will be.
Yeah. There's no backup.
So we'll be winging it a little bit here. So as was requested a few months ago, councillors wanted to have some more oversight of the work health and safety performance in our organisation. It is and rightly a risk that councillors want to continue to have oversight on it. It's squarely in our risk register as it should be. So there is quite a bit of detail in this particular report. But for the month ended November, or for data taken on the 5th of December, you can see the table at the top, and then there's detail beneath that on the number of events that we've had. So not necessarily reportable incidents or workplace injuries, but reportable events that we've had. Shown in the table that continues through to page 136. By far and away, turning to page 137, by far and away, our incidents continue to be motor vehicle and property related. For an organisation that has a large plant fleet, that's in part to be expected, but when we investigate each of these issues, there certainly are a number that we believe are avoidable and take action accordingly. Regrettably, we do have injuries from time to time, and they're tabulated on at the bottom of page 137, and continue with the nature of injury and the cause of injury, page 138. We have some summary on the bottom of page 140 on our rehabilitation cases, getting people back into meaningful work in the workplace following injury. Pleasingly, midway down page 141, our workplace inspections in the main, with two exceptions, have all been completed for the month of November. There are no doubt other things that might be of interest to councillors, but I might conclude my summary at that.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
On page 135, Mr Mayor, how does an air cleaner fall off? No, it's an interesting question. It's while unloading and got run over and it broke. I can just tell you a little episode. Not so long back, I was going in for a service, car service, and I said to my husband, put the hose over the motor before I go, because I've been on a few dirt roads. He was shocked, and so was I, when I found out so many parts had become detached from the original part of the motor. And I put mine down to the corrugation that I'd been.
You're up, mate.
All the parts that were detached, still holding to function, but they were broken. And I put it down to the corrugation that my car had been subject to over the roads over time. But it really was concerning, because if that can happen to my car, it can happen to anybody else's car. But I don't think I lost my air filter, but at the same time, I can see how parts can come apart. And that really needs to be something we need to look at, because it's not only possible, it's happening.
All right. Any other councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you. Got a couple of questions, and also then I've noted something as well. So my first question was that spectacular incident on Queen Street where the car ran through the stop sign and into a pile of crusher dust. I'm just interested to know what time that happened, because when you're travelling Queen Street of an afternoon and you've got the western sun in your eyes, do you think that this particular person, it was a deliberate manoeuvre to travel around the road closure sign, or do you think that the road closure sign could have been placed more prominently?
We had a look at those, Councillor.
Could you put your mic on, please?
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just,
Press the button. Yeah.
that's it.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. In relation to that question, the incident occurred in the evening, in the dark. We had reviewed the situation and I asked the team member to go out and photograph the signage. They had made a deliberate manoeuvre to actually run over road cones.
Right.
There was sufficient signage in place, and also communications had gone out prior.
Sure.
And there was some force with which she hit that pile of gravel and landed on top of it. The driver of the vehicle left the scene. The police had been notified that the vehicle was there, but there was no occupant. When my advisor went out in the morning to do the photographs and check the vehicle, it had actually been removed and was gone.
Okay.
So we did put some extra controls in place, but they were above what the traffic guidance scheme had required.
Sure, thank you. And I suppose my other question is on page 134 of the report. There was a staff member who must have been working with the reflection of the sun in water for 2 hours, and they ended up with hurt eyes. Do we actually in our PPE supply sunglasses?
We do, and that one we asked some questions on that, because it came across the person was staring at the water for 2 hours, is what it says. There was a reflection off the water while they were working. Earlier on this year, we went through a trial, and we actually approved polarised glasses for our outdoors employees, and yes, they're double the cost of the previous glasses, from $15 to $30 a set. But what we found is, because they're much better quality, people, and on top of that, they can only get 2 a year. So we had to put some program in place for that. But because of the quality of the glass and the hard coatings and that, the employees find that they last a lot longer, and they love them. So we're actually reducing the amount of safety glasses, the tinted safety glasses that we actually use.
Yep.
And of course, these are far better quality in the fact that they're polarised, so they stop that glare.
Well done. This was a great report. It was very, very interesting and informative. But just one observation, right at the very last page of page 142, when it says hazard, incident and safety alerts. People aren't often aware of what acronyms are.
Yep.
Yeah, and so perhaps we can note that these are external safety alerts, because if people don't know, if they're just reading a report, and it is basic for those of us that are aware of what the acronyms are. However, just note that they are external, that a worker hasn't been killed in Livingstone, that, you know, a young worker struck by heavy timber sheets, that all of these are from external sources.
That's correct.
Yeah, but I'm just...
And yeah, I'm happy to take that on board, Council.
Yep.
I've made a note. We'll explain that they're from the Workplace Health and Safety Queensland website.
Yep.
We do speak about those at our Toolbox and Workplace Health and Safety Committee meeting. We get those, whether it's from the Electrical Safety Authority or the mining, but any that we think are applicable that may impact our workers, we discuss those in around the hazards and the risks and what controls need to be put in place. But I certainly take on board that, and we'll
I was more coming from the perspective of someone reading the agenda,
Yeah,
going,
no,
oh,
more than
So-
happy.
yes, thank you.
Thanks, councillor.
Councillor Mather?
Yes, I'm just wondering if it's appropriate if I could ask the CEO if we have any update on that theft in the depot. Are you able to tell us anything there? Because, you know, we seem to be having a bit of theft going on, and it does concern me. But the big one, the most recent one that we had.
Well, it's not really related to workplace health and safety.
I
but,
know,
yeah, we
I
can
know that.
ask
Well,
the
it's a
CEO.
safety issue if somebody can get in and know what they're looking for.
Yes, councillor Mather, I'm happy to provide some more specific detail and can gather some facts, but we had 3 vehicles stolen from the depot a handful of weeks ago. 2 of those have been recovered and torched, basically, so they're written off. I don't know that we've recovered the 3rd vehicle, but I'm happy to get confirmation of that and circulate with councillors. There were a number of other vehicles where keys were stolen, so we've had to take some steps about securing those for future use, just in case someone might be tempted to come back and have another go. And we've obviously had to review the security around the depot, because that's been the 2nd occasion now since August, I think, that people have been in our depot unauthorised after hours. And as you rightly point out, it is an ongoing problem. There was a car stolen in my street last night.
The car's covered with insurance. I mean, given the nature of their removal.
Yes, there's excess payable on each, but yes, our fleet's insured.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
Just to follow up on that, so under the security section of the report, it lists the workshop break-in, which resulted in 3 cars being stolen from infrastructure. However, it doesn't provide any information in regards to the August occurrence, which was the first. I'm just wondering why that's absent from a report that's for the year.
This monthly report.
Oh, okay. So my understanding was when I looked at this section, it says events report summary. We're corrected to, so it's only the reports. These are all from this last month.
This is for November. If you went, well, we do put out an annual report.
Yep.
Which is in July, which is the July 1 to June 30. We also put out the 3 monthly ARIAC report. It would be included because it's July, August, September, so it would be included. But this is only for the 34 council events that were reported for November.
So in the month of November, we're saying that there were 16 motor vehicle related incidences occurring. So in the month of November, we had a truck that reversed into a car. We had a steamroller that lost a mirror. We had all of these in this last month.
We did, and we had 4 of those chips to windows.
Yep.
So that comes back to 12. We can't do much about chips to windows. Some of those have been further discussion around the events, and we will continue to review those. I believe Councillor Mather was talking about the air cleaner. That had come off and was unaware that it had come off while the equipment was being loaded, and it got run over. Yes, there's a lot of vibration with those type of equipments and those sorts of things, and that's part of the pre-start checks and requirements. So again, we had a look at why that happened. Was it checked in pre-start? Are there other issues that we need to look at with other equipment?
Do you have signatures after they've done a check in the lane?
They have their pre-start check sheets. One of the things we do when we have audits is we look at those pre-start check sheets, whether it's a lawnmower or whether it's a truck or a backhoe. Part of our requirement is in audit is to they sign off, so they tick that on. If there are any faults, they either note the fault, and if it's a fault which deems the equipment unsafe for use, then the vehicle is out of service and it actually winds up at fleet for repairs, which one truck has just undergone last week, was in there. Employee reported a seat issue and it was reviewed, and so a process was put in place to manage it.
Mr. CEO, thank you very much for the level of detail of this report. Is there any opportunity that we would, without causing too much extra work to the staff, be able to get an equivalent report with this level of detail that has, very simple explanations of each of the occasions to do the year to date? So have the 91 occurrences that are listed in the year to date column outlined, as are the 34 that we've got for this month or this last month, provided to councillors. I think be worthwhile. Yep, thank you very much.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, we're receiving this report, so can I get a mover? Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Right, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right, anyone speaking against? All right, happy to go to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks, Greg.
I'll send all of them out.
Excellent. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Also, have a great new year.
Okay. Councillors, no audit risk and improvement committee reports. Any urgent business? Councillor Hutton.
I did have two questions, Mr. Mayor. I wondered, and it's probably for our planning section to ask, whether we were intending on putting in a temporary delegation for the Planning Act of 2016 over the Christmas New Year period. While we've been out of the habit of it in the last year or two, previously council had, over that period where there were applications that were due for a decision notice in the period that was absent at the next council meeting, provided for that. And I just wondered if there was any need for that or not this year.
Mr. Chairman, I think without sort of doing a quick audit of those that are approaching their timeline similar to last year, Councillor Hutton, I think we opted to not, probably more so from a timing point of view than from a convenience point of view. It's a useful card to have up your sleeve, I guess, but likewise, for those that are determined by the council, I don't know that there was necessarily a will of the council to delegate that away just because of that timing issue. But if there is a desire to do that, then we can certainly quickly signal to you by the end of proceedings whether that might be useful or not. But I would think it's a manageable situation, and if it's critical, then we would assemble the council at notice to do those things as we have done from time to time.
And my second question was to the CEO in regards to whether there was any action required in regards to the Australia Day Awards.
I have posed that question and have somewhat of a response. I thought we might talk about that at the lunch break.
Any other questions, councillors? Urgent business, Councillor Mather?
Yes, one. Thank you, Mr Mayor. To the CEO, to your first question, do we have any applications that are due for decision that would either be code accessible or impact accessible during the break?
Councillor, we will continue to make determinations on development applications under delegation as we normally would at this time of year, as for any other time of the year. Ones to be presented to council, I'm not aware that there are any that have a timeline due prior to the 17th of January council meeting.
Yeah, that's all. That was the question I asked. Are there any that are due? Because I did have an experience once that something went through and it was just a disaster. So I'm just curious, that's all. Thank you. Yes, I figured that. Yes. Thank you.
All right. Any other urgent matters of urgent business? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you would allow me, I believe we were going to, under your guidance, acknowledge the police officers that were tragically killed through a minute's silence. So I'll probably just give you the opportunity to.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
For reminding me. And it hadn't escaped my.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but Look, in light of the tragedy that happened at Tara last week, councillors, when two police officers tragically lost their life in pursuance of their duty, and another two police officers sustained injury or severe terror, and a member of the public, a neighbour, lost his life. We, as you know, on a number of our monuments, put blue lights to basically commemorate the service of those people and to recognise the absolute tragedy that had occurred. I'm going to ask you, if you wouldn't mind, to observe a minute's silence by standing to commemorate these police officers who have lost their lives, and also and the member of the public, the neighbour, and also to pay respects to the two police officers who thankfully survived. So, just a minute's silence, thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, staff members. Well, councillors, we're up to, in the absence of any further urgent business, our closed session, and we have a number of items to discuss in closed session before we come out and publicise the outcomes from that. So, can I get a mover and second to go into confidential, please? Move, councillor.
Sorry, I just had a question or two before we go in.
Mm-hmm.
For the purposes of the Emu Park development, is there opportunity for an officer to provide some guidance to the community around why we're going into closed session to deal with this item?
I was going to do that when we came out, if that was all right, Councillor Hutton. Just give a full explanation around that, but happy to do that now before we go into confidential. So, at the risk of putting you on the spot, Mr. CEO, or one of the planners, can we maybe articulate to members of the community, first of all, why this has come to the confidential session, why we have been somewhat restricted in our ability to communicate about this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As outlined in the summary, the appeal is currently an alternate dispute resolution process and mediation with the Queensland Environment and Planning Court. A process and in accordance with that court is that we must keep information related to the appeal and the mediation of a confidential nature until such time as that appeal period or that mediation has reached an outcome.
All right. So for any further clarification required from members of the community, are you happy with that, Councillor Hutton? All right. Councillors, any questions on that? All right. So really the matter is essentially taken out of Council's hands, Mr. CEO, Mr. General Manager, when it comes under the jurisdiction of the Planning and Environment Court. Through a mediation process such as this, we are very limited, as I understand it, in terms of what we can say and release to the community and the public.
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. Understanding full well it is in confidential because of those reasons that Mr. Islands has mentioned. Is there a time that this information will then be released? Is there a certain time period after the mediation and it goes through the process that it can be discussed in public.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Friend. We have amended plans will be at some stage updated to the e-courts or to the environment and planning courts. Those documents will become public. That has not happened as yet, and we have received approval from the developer to release those amended plans to the public, which we have done. But the outcome of the mediation, basically the outcome of our confidential session will be outlined today, and dependent on the decision, that will also become public or carry on through the mediation. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so councillors, that said, can I get a mover and a seconder to go into confidential? Councillor Mather, I think you moved. Seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you. within the agenda. So just to repeat that, given my microphone wasn't on, apologies. We've resolved to come out of confidential to deal with 15.1, the Emu Park development. And once this has been resolved one way or another, we will go back into confidential to deal with the remaining matters in the confidential agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a recommendation before us that the appellant and court be advised that council supports the amended suite of plans submitted for the Emu Park unit development. Now, I'm sure there's a number of councillors who are going to speak to why they're supporting or not supporting this recommendation, but before that, I'm going to move to the General Manager of Communities to further explain the process that has evolved around this particular matter and what Council's role has been in this. So, Mr. General Manager.
Yes, thank you.
Your lights, put your microphone in.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. As we are aware, the recommendation went to the table, I believe, the 17th of July. Or earlier this year, I will say, and as such an appeal was lodged by the developer. That was lodged with the Environment and Planning Court, and as such the first stage of the process, which is the mediation process, has taken place. We have now reached a crossroad where amended plans have been submitted by the developer and today are being considered by the council table. Noting the fact that all submitters to the application were invited to join the appeal process and no submitters joined the appeal process. We also have to acknowledge that moving forward, should we go to a full court appeal, there will be significant cost to council and of course there is possibly a slight loss of control in relation to what we can and can't appeal. It will go, as I mentioned, to a full court appeal and be determined by a judge. This is an opportunity for council to consider the amended plans and choose which direction they would like to take.
All right, so in relation to the plans that were released today, Mr. General Manager, they weren't necessarily available, or I beg your pardon, the plans that were released yesterday, they weren't necessarily available to the public initially, were they?
No, sorry. Through Mr Mayor, no, they were not available. We actually received consent from the developer to distribute those plans on behalf of them and also for the community's benefits sake in today's consideration.
Thank you. All right.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. Do we know now that those plans are available to the public? We've confirmed that.
They were published yesterday, Councillor.
They were. I thought there was some difficulty them accessing those plans.
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor, no. We've had a number of inquiries this morning, a number of emails commenting on the plans. So
they've gotten through, so to speak. Thank you.
All right, councillors. We have a recommendation before us. I'm happy to move this. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. All right. So are there any... I'm going to read a statement I've prepared anyway, councillors. I've not changed my position on this development since it first came to the table earlier this year. I'm going to vote in support of it. And one of the reasons I ran for mayor was because I was sitting at a coffee shop in Yeppoon in 2019 contemplating what the future was in this shire for my grandchildren. The answer I came up with is limited. We have a constant talent drain of young people leaving this area and have had so for decades, simply because the opportunities for them to secure work are limited, and their ability to enjoy the lifestyle opportunities of the southeast that they seem to aspire to are limited. What provides these opportunities, councillors? Well, in my view, developments like this provide those opportunities because they create jobs. They create jobs and they provide locations for businesses to flourish. Businesses that reinvest in our shire and our region, they provide these opportunities for our younger people. I encourage and acknowledge the concerns of the members of the community that do not want Emu Park to change away from its village atmosphere. And this is something I've wrestled with considerably. However, when it comes to a choice between keeping Emu Park the way it is or being able to keep my and other people's grandchildren and children in this region and provide opportunities for economic prosperity, I will vote for the latter. Anyone wish to make another statement, councillors?
Mr Mayor, I'll just make a statement briefly. This decision today is one of the most conscience-searing decisions that this council and individual councillors must make. We are bound by confidentiality and must adhere to the mediation process. We are absolutely unable to state the reasons we are going to either vote for or against. And because we're bound by this legislation and the court process, I have to say this does not sit well with me at all. And weighing the scales of justice, we must take into consideration all aspects of the information that we have received in the confidential area of our meeting today. One thing that does surprise me and still concerns me is the medium rise issue within the Emu Park area. And this medium rise is subject to interpretation according to other councils' interpretation of medium rise. There's fors and there's againsts. Our community in Emu Park want a high school. This certainly will help with that. However, really I can't say any more, can I? So I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you. Any other statements, councillors? Just opening the floor, Councillor Mather.
Anybody else want to say something?
Your light's on, Councillor Mather. You go ahead.
Just to follow through, and I'm very conscious that we are in a legal process, and at this particular time, obviously discussions are sensitive, and we are bound by confidentiality in some aspects. Originally, I did not support the application because, for a number of reasons. I found that it was disappointing when the council chose to reject it, that the submitters were not on board in relation to defending that decision. Our people have gone back and discussed with the proponent, and clearly they're quite adamant about what they want, and we have a planning scheme that we have to defend. While we're looking for a break situation where we can have the accommodation, we can have the growth, we can have the certainty, and we can have the confidence of the people, we need to take an avenue sometimes which is outside the normal. Sometimes we don't like what we have to do. But when we look at the consequences of what we can approve and what we can refuse, to some degree we are limited. But I have no doubt in my mind that this is only the beginning of a process that we still must continue. Our officers will continue to speak to the proponent, and I have no doubt that it will come back to the table with conditions down the track, if approved today. So I have every confidence that our officers will do the right thing, and this table will do the right thing on behalf of its people to protect it and guide it into the future and lead the way for other people to come here and invest and raise their children, as the Mayor would say. Thank you.
Councillor Eastwood, are you going to make a comment?
Yes, I will, Mr Mayor. Look, our officers initially brought this before the table, recommending it when it was lost. But it then went through mediation, and they made some changes to the plans, and the officers again recommend it. To me, that's a win, in that the plans have changed, they've been softened, and they're a lot more amenable to the local area. Look, I love Emu Park. When we first moved to the Capricorn Coast 21 years ago, we actually lived down Tamby Point, or down, I shouldn't say Tamby Point, Haven Road, but in the Tamby Point area. And to all those that live in Yeppoon, I have to say that Emu Park is prettier place. It's a lovely place. And the only reason I left was because I'm a crazy surf nut and I had to be closer to Farnborough, otherwise I'd go mad. One of the things I do love about Emu Park is its wonderful village atmosphere, its quaintness. And sure, this is a big building. It's not on the waterfront. It's back a bit. It's going to provide lots of opportunities to our young and to our old, to visitors, to our tourist market. And it's going to be a great benefit to where we live. I don't think we can turn back time. I don't think we can hold on to the past like it's a relic. We do need to move on. And unfortunately, some of us can't handle that. And I can't handle a part of it. Yeah, I don't like it, but it's just the way it is. We're a progressive society, and there's more people want to live in this beautiful place because it is beautiful. It is gorgeous. I wholeheartedly have to move with this, Mr. Mayor. And I still think we're going to have a village atmosphere, albeit a bigger one.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I'm going to go to Councillor Watson and ask if he's got a comment to make, seeing he's online.
Yeah. So, Emu Park is as Councillor Eastwood said, as I feel, the prettier end of the coast. I've lived at that end of the coast most of my life, and I am concerned by putting a building in like that, we will lose that feel that it has. You'll always notice that when you sit at Emu Park Pizza, for instance, and have a pizza, that you're at a different end of the coast. It's got a different feel about it. And I don't agree with the design that's there. I don't agree with the height of it. I still don't understand why we can't follow a building code that we set as a building plan. But I said also, I've just spent a weekend up in Cairns a couple of weeks ago in Palm Cove, and there were no high-rises on the beachfront. The most you saw was 4 floors. Why can't we be like other areas? Why can't we have buildings that suit our landscape and our lifestyle? And it's very hard to do this because at the same time, you've got the background of the legal case coming up, and we've got to think of the whole Shire. And that's what really, really rubs the wrong way with me. And I'm very torn in what we're about to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Hutton, did you want to make a comment?
Definitely. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I think Councillor Watson reflects truly that we are a shire of unique communities, and the individual identities of these communities needs to be protected and harnessed. And one of the things that I'm most proud about from the last decade of Livingstone coming back from the amalgamated council with Rockhampton is the fact that we have managed development, we've continued to grow, but we've considered about how we manage development to protect the identities of our community and not let growth occur in an uncontrolled way like they may have seen up in Mackay or in other places during the last mining boom. In making these comments today, I reflect that I never had concerns in regards to the building form proposed by the developer. Rob Carr is a quality developer who offers a quality product and who's got multiple buildings and structures on the coast as well as in Rockhampton to his name that he should be proud of, and he's someone in CQ that we should be proud of. The building that he's proposing is something that I've said previously that I would have no qualms about existing in the Yeppoon CBD at the major centre for the Livingstone Shire. My concern has always been that there is a difference between the major centre versus a village centre, and that is where we need to have the conversation today, that there is nothing in this mediated or revised plan that encourages me to believe that the outcome is substantially different to the one that was refused by this table just a short while ago. In discussing this, accepting that for the second time, the councillors of the Livingstone Shire are voting on a set of plans that have not had public consultation on them. So remember that the submissions that we received, the more than 150 submissions we received, were on a 7-storey building structure in the Emu Park CBD. Last time, they never got to have a say once those plans changed. It's now gone through a further process, and again, the community's not had the opportunity to have their say on the revised plans, which means that in the absence of feedback from the community on the revised plans, we have to go back to our guiding documents. Now, in terms of planning, that is our planning scheme. The planning scheme that sets out the long-term vision for the development and the structures that will make up our beautiful Shire. Now, it is the intent of the town plan that was developed through a process of community consultation that there will be a divergence in building heights from the village centre of Emu Park to the building centre or the major centre of Yeppoon. It's quite clearly in the town plan where it says about Emu Park Town Centre and gives even a map zone and talks about 4 stories. It talks about the major centre of Yeppoon and speaks about heights being different on the foreshore and being nestled into the hills versus properties elsewhere in the Yeppoon CBD. In the absence of public consultation on this, which obviously this process, now that's in the legal court framework of the town and the planning court, is unable to be met, means that we need to go back to our documents that guide, and the strategic intent of our town plan says that the Emu Park CBD will have a building height of 4 stories. That's the document that the community had the opportunity to have their town hall meetings on, had the opportunity to do their surveys on, and said, hey, when you think about the future of your community, what do you see as being the structure and the form of your village? Now, there will be some who don't like the word village. It is a town planning term rather than a description of the quaint or picturesque nature of the beautiful community of Emu Park. But it's the document that should guide us. And if that document was wrong, if we truly believed that a height limit other than 4 stories is what was good or right, then we should be taking our town plan and taking it back to the community and consulting and either amending it or replacing it. If we believe that that's not what the town plan intends for that community, we should go back through the process and challenge it through the community. Ultimately, acknowledging the legacy to the Emu Park CBD, that this is not a project that's being dealt with individually, but one that sets the standard for a series of blocks, all in close proximity, where there are people out there who are hoping that they'll get a decision today that will say, hey, let's go for 6 stories, let's go for 7 stories. Hell, why not go for 15? I'm uncertain as to where the limit will be, but I know what the intent of the town plan is, and if we're using that as the guide, and if we're trying to give signals to the development community around what the Emu Park CBD is meant to look like, this is the day that we make that decision, because we signal that intent by defending the town plan and what it entails and what our community's expectations are in regards to that, or we say, no, the town plan's wrong and we want to do something else, in which case we need to be ready, because you'll have a series of applications that will come in proposing similar, if not higher, proposals for council to consider, and you will no longer have that strategic alignment to your primary documents. I thank the councillors for their honest and consistent debate on this. I know this is not easy. I know that this is one where we do want to be pro-growth, but I ask the councillors to consider and remember that their great success so far has been about managing growth to protect the unique identities of our communities and how these communities will grow, not by throwing the baby out with the bathwater and accepting growth at any cost. And this is not an indictment on the developer. Like I said, a very high quality developer who does great product. Unfortunately, it's just the wrong product for the Emu Park CBD, and that's why I won't be supporting it today.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Bello, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors, to those listening on the live stream and the broader community, it's another one of those responsibilities that we get to make these decisions, and they're never easy. But I'm glad to be here in a position to influence the direction our community takes and our Shire takes moving into the future. It's one I take with a hell of a lot of respect and humility. My position hasn't changed, so I was prepared to support it previously, and not wanting to go over old ground, but I've sort of thought about it a lot over a number of the different MCUs that we process, that we consider and we vote on, and then often the feedback from the community is you don't listen to the majority, you know, the street didn't want it, or the Emu Park people didn't want it, or the Bangalore people don't want that. And I'm reminded that to sort of govern and make decisions in isolation based on individual communities, which are actually not individual communities, they are connected to the entire Livingstone body, in a sense. And no one small community can expect, as much as they would dearly like to, and I can understand that, they would like to think that their particular preferences would be respected above and beyond the broader community. The reality is we live in a community, we're connected all the way through. Every bone and sinew we're connected, every decision we make needs to consider the impacts on every other little cell in that bigger body of a community. That's what it is. And so on those grounds, I support the recommendation before us. I think it's a good collaboration. For me, it's not a scenario where we've compromised. I think it's actually an example of collaboration where the developer has come back and somewhat downsized it, altered it somewhat in an attempt to collaborate with the council and the community to provide a product that is going to find that balance of economic viability to be able to build, right? We've talked about town plans that have limited to 4 stories, and we've seen how many of those developments come to fruition. Virtually zero. New developments have been built in Emu Park of a multi-level variant because of the economies of scale make it so difficult. So taking that into consideration, trying to find that balance, this I believe, as Councillor Eastwood said, will not see the village atmosphere of Emu Park disintegrate and be gone. It will be different than what it was yesterday to today, and it'll be different tomorrow. And I believe that change is worth taking and worth supporting, notwithstanding that it will certainly upset a lot of people down there who feel they want it to stay as it is, and I can respect that, but I feel the changes are of a small enough nature that I'm prepared to support it, and over time I believe it'll be the catalyst for providing the much needed economic growth to see other unit developments come online, other housing investment come online, and our community prosper with a stronger rate base, providing a healthier Shire right across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Friend, would you like to make some comments?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've already made a statement earlier. Thank you.
Honest. Sorry, I got swept up in all of that. All right. Councillors, time has come, I guess, to take a vote on this one. So we've got a mover in Councillor and myself, I beg your pardon, and a seconder, Councillor Mather. All in favour, say, and Councillor Watson, can you say aye or nay, please?
Nay.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in favour. Those against?
Nay.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Now, before we leave this item and before the planners leave the room, can you please explain to the community what the next steps are from here, please?
Thank you, Mr Chair. The next steps from here the matter will go back to the mediation table. As suggested by Councillor Friend, conditions will need to be met around the development and again assessed by our planning team. That's as much as we know at this stage, and we will obviously distribute more communication to the community as that develops.
All right. Thank you very much for that input. All right. Councillors, we'll leave this matter now. We'll go to 15.234. So we'll go back into confidential. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Okay, we're back in live stream, Justin. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to those members of the community viewing in on live stream who've stuck with us. The next item for consideration is 15.2, the Station Western Precinct lease. And the recommendation, councillors, is that council resolve to delegate the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate with the tenderer named in this report for a lease over proposed Lot 1, the Station Western Precinct at 23 James Street, Yeppoon. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. Okay. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I won't say too much because we've been confidential, but I guess to me it's exciting to see something finally move on this site, and we obviously look forward to something new and Butte, and it's going to be a great asset to our community. So I've no hesitation to back this, and I hope my fellow councillors do the same as we look forward to the future in this area.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Just noting an amendment to the recommendation, councillors. The proponents have actually been named with their permission now in the recommendation. So it now reads that council resolved to delegate the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate with Livingstone Pacific Proprietary Limited for a lease over Lot 1, the Station Western Precinct at 23 James Street. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not going to say many words. I'm just going to say it's exciting, like Councillor Eastwood said, for the revitalisation of this end of town. And I really look forward to it moving along and bringing more people to this area.
Thank you. Councillor Mather, your light's on. Do you want to say
sorry,
something?
Mr Mayor.
Okay, that's all right. Anyone else like to make a comment? Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question, and I apologise for leaving it so late. Can we just get any further explanation on what's been the use for the existing station building?
Yeah.
The future use of the existing station building.
What's proposed here, food and beverage, in the main, I guess. We've seen concept designs, not the specifics of it, but food and beverage.
Okay. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? So we're happy to go. Councillors?
Yeah, probably the encouraging thing that's come through these negotiations and the process that council undertook is to get virtually a local business, local partnership that have saw potential in this site, and they've been able to, I guess, come up with a design that still incorporates the important use that's been identified, where the funding will be able to be directed that way, that it's still very much a community, open to the community, especially in times of emergency. There will be that element to the design, and that's probably not easy to have configured. So, I think the opportunities are pretty exciting there to see what it looks like in the end if it comes to fruition, and I wish them all the best. So to the team that have been involved, I think you've really done a terrific job. So your efforts should be acknowledged. So well done.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Councillor Hutton, did you have a question?
No, I'd like to speak against.
Okay, thank you.
Or speak for and against at the same time.
Okay. Can't wait for this one.
I think it's a really important site that we have in terms of the station quarter and the role that it's played both in our community's history but into its future. And when we went out for an expression of interest process, we really were asking for people to provide something special. We wanted to provide an opportunity for private-public partnerships, for an opportunity for the private sector to grow or add something new to town, but we also needed and wanted to protect the community use and ownership of that space. And what's proposed here is an opportunity to do so. So we see a private enterprise coming in who are going to support council and the community in the provision of some community space and community use of that space, alongside the development of some unique and individual private business, which I think is an exciting opportunity and one that we should harness. I think it is important for us to, right from the outset though, make sure both our expectations, the community's expectations, and the developers' expectations are aligned, in that they understand that this is not the sale of a space that becomes a privately owned and a place where we're going to see no public access signs appear, but rather that this is going to continue to be the heart of a growing community in terms of the railway quarter. When we look at the station and both to the lands to the west and the east and the opportunities that's presented there, this centre parcel is vital to the connection of these parcels as a community. We're going to need to look for connections both east and west, as well as making sure that the uses of the land reflect well on what is the main street of our shire, and the provision of some sort of some sort of device to protect the residences or residential and other commercial properties from any loading zones, etc., need to be considered. This is a cherished and special place. It is a legacy of this community, and it will be a legacy of this council that this approval comes through today. We need to make sure that we hold the course in saying that this is a public space. We appreciate the investment that's going to go in by this provider, and we wish them every success, and I think that they're going to have brilliant success with what they've proposed. But we do need to make sure that their understanding, as well as the understanding of the communities, is that this will continue to be at heart a community space. It's going to sit at the heart of a sub-community of our shire, and that should never be lost.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, we're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. Mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. And thank you to the officers for their hard work in getting this proposal to this stage. I'm fully aware of what's gone into it because I've been at most of the project control meetings. And it's significant. And the negotiations with the proponents is a great outcome. 15.3, the Station Eastern Precinct site. Okay, we've discussed this in confidential, councillors. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Moved, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. I'm happy to second. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to the report?
I'm just going to be really brief, Mr. Mayor. This proposal excites me a little bit, and it frightens me a little bit. However, I think in the long run, it's going to be great for our community. It's going to provide housing for, I guess, our well-heeled, as well as our not so well-heeled in our society, which is going to bring major benefits to some of the social aspects of our community, which I find is absolutely necessary, especially with our housing crisis that we've had over the last couple of years. I wish it all the well, and I guess I'm going to be brave enough to leave it to the CEO to make sure that he negotiates well for us. But apart from that, I back the plan, I back the idea, and I think it'll work well in with the Western Precinct, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Okay, I'll make a couple of comments as the seconder then. As Councillor Eastwood has alluded to in his address, councillors, this nation is facing a housing crisis not seen for many years. And we are all well aware of that. The demand for rental accommodation in Livingstone Shire is at an unprecedented level, to put it mildly. And with the shortage of affordable rental stock is likely to continue until the market catches up, as it were. And we're not certain when that's going to be. To have the opportunity for this site to be converted into housing is one, in my view, to be accepted and not to be missed, because we have pensioners, single workers, contractors, families and the disabled all looking for accommodation in Livingstone Shire that currently does not exist. Also included in this list are individuals whose current financial capacity may not allow them to pay the current market rents being demanded by landlords. And to be perfectly honest, councillors, there but go, for the grace of God go many of us. There's probably just a couple of pay packets difference between ultimately being able to afford accommodation and being in the position that many of our residents find themselves at the moment. The other reason I'm supporting this, councillors, is that there is going to be an obvious benefit in bringing a facility like this to the Yeppoon CBD. Once built, the potential is to have a significant number of people residing within proximity of shopping centres, supermarkets, restaurants, cafes and public transport, not to mention that it is only a couple of blocks from the beach. The trend across the world is for greater inner city living, and the benefits to residents and businesses alike are speaking for themselves in the take-up of this lifestyle choice. So on that basis, councillors, I'm going to support this motion as well. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This proposal goes hand in glove with the previous one that's just been approved by the council table and provides for the diversity of housing stock that's required in a modern community. Livingstone's always prided itself on being a community of both the well-off as well as those who have needed a hand up, and it's a community which benefits from that diversity every day in both our community groups, our community organisations, but also the breadth of talent, both artistic, social and spiritual, they bring to our community. This provides for CBD density, which is something that we've previously supported and I think is a good thing for our CBD. It provides for easy access to transportation, and we understand that the tyranny of transport is a huge factor in people's capacity to remain in communities, and it addresses what the Mayor's identified, which is the price of housing crisis, which has led many to question whether they can continue to remain in such a high growth suburb or growth area when the pricing of housing goes far beyond their market capacity and potential. This ensures that people will have the potential to stay in our community, continue to be an important part of so many of our community groups, but also provides for the growth of our CBD through that density. It is uniquely different to when we talk about the village feel of Emu Park, but rather the major centre of Yeppoon. And that's to be expected, and I commend the proponents on their proposal, which sees a very interesting provision of both private as commercial space. I think it's a good mix. One of the important things that needs to be addressed with this is how it interacts with the property next door and making sure that those connections east and west and also obviously onto the main street of Yeppoon are managed in such a way that promote the aesthetic appeal of our CBD, not just for today but in 50 years' time.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments, councillors? Happy to go to the vote? All right, so we've got a mover? Not yet? Okay. Oh, I'm happy to move, councillors. No, Councillor Eastwood did. That's right.
Sorry, it's down here. Yeah, there it is.
Councillor Eastwood, seconded myself, yep. All right. So, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And thank you, Sonia, again, to you and your team. And to the CEO and the General Manager. 15.4, which is a request for renewal of lease to Amplitel Proprietary Limited over part of Lot 75 on registered plan 601977.
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Hutton? Any discussion required, councillors? Fairly straightforward. All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Well, that concludes our business unless there's anything outstanding, Mr. CEO. So, councillors, may I wish you a very safe and joyous Christmas with your families and loved ones. As I said at the beginning of this meeting, has been a very challenging year in lots of different ways. Some outcomes have gone our way, some have not. But I think the thing that I've always cherished is the camaraderie within this group and the respect in which we conduct our meetings and we hold ourselves. And so, may God bless you and keep you safe. And please come back to us in 2023 safe and sound. And for those of you driving, would you please be extremely careful. And as I said on 4RO this morning, please anticipate that the other driver is going to do the wrong thing. That way you will come back to us, hopefully. All right.
Now, on behalf of the council, I'd like to, sorry, oh, we're still online.
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to say, on behalf of the councillors, I'd like to extend congratulations to you for your chairmanship for the year and your leadership you've shown there. And we wish you a very Merry Christmas and
Thank you.
hope you come back next year.